So Commissioner Morgan is signing on now, and Chief Nicholson is having trouble with Wi-Fi at City Hall. Okay, Commissioner Morgan is in. Good morning, Commissioner Morgan. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? This is Heather Gibson.
We
Yes.
can hear you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
I had a question about how Michael Kricken and our witness should appear. Should they go through the usual link, through the public link, or through another link?
So Mr. Kricken is on the meeting, so he can stay. And is your witness signed in as an attendee?
I believe he is.
Okay, so I can go over, when you're ready to call them, I can go over and bring them in as a panelist,
Okay, thank you.
if you just let me know their names.
Will do. It's do you want me to let you know now or later?
When you're ready to call them.
Okay.
I don't know that we need to wait for the chief to fix her Wi-Fi issues. I think we've got a ways to go till we'll actually call her as a witness. And so
All right.
you can
We
move
have a
forward and
quorum.
hope that she's resolved them by then.
We have a quorum, so I think we should get started.
Okay,
All right.
Fire Commission special meeting, March 16th, 2022, and the time is 10:03. This meeting is being held by WebEx pursuant to Government Code Section 54953E and mayoral proclamations declaring the existence of a local emergency. To join the meeting, use the link address for attendee, which you will find on the posted agenda on the Commission website. To participate during public comment, please call 1-415-655-0001 and use access code 2487-455-9053. Members of the public will have opportunities to participate during public comment. The public is asked to wait for the particular agenda item before making a comment on that item. Comments will be addressed in the order they are received. When the moderator announces that the commission is taking public comment, members of the public can raise their hand by pressing *3, and you will be queued. Callers will hear silence when waiting for your turn to speak. Operator will unmute you. When prompted, callers will have the standard 3 minutes to provide comment. Please ensure you are in a quiet location, speak clearly, and turn off any TVs or radios around you. Item 1, roll call. President Catherine Feinstein.
Present.
Vice President Stephen Nakajo.
Present.
Commissioner Francie Covington is excused. And Commissioner Army Morgan.
Present.
Item 2, case number 2021-19, hearing and deliberations on verified complaint with the Commission by Chief of Department. On November 3rd, 2021, Chief of Department Janine Nicholson filed a verified complaint with the Fire Commission against member for a non-disciplinary separation. The case may be heard in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B and San Francisco Administrative Code Section 67.10B. Item A, public comment on special meeting agenda item. Possible closed session. Members of the public may comment on all matters pertaining to Agenda Item 2, and whether to consider the matter in closed session. Government Code Section 54954.3A and Administrative Code Section 67.15B. President Feinstein, I don't know if you had any announcements before we take public comment?
I have just to, ask that the parties, if they would kindly introduce themselves for the record, that would be appreciated, and then we will take public comment.
Michael Kricken, present.
Thank you, sir.
Heather Gibson, counsel for Michael Kricken, present.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson.
Jennifer Stoughton from the San Francisco City Attorney's Office, counsel for the San Francisco Fire Department.
Thank you. Good morning.
I'm Matt Yan, Deputy City Attorney for the department.
Thank you.
Deputy City Attorney Brad Rusty, counsel to the Fire Commission.
Right. And I should also indicate that although not present on the screen, these proceedings are being recorded by a certified court reporter, Kathy Swank, SWANK. So there will be an official record of these proceedings. I think first we next need to go to public comment. Am I correct, Ms. Conifrey?
Well, since it's a public comment on possible closed session, should we get that out of the way? Whether
Sure.
this,
Well, we can do that. And I can direct these questions to Firefighter Kricken or to Ms. Gibson. I'm going to direct it to Ms. Gibson since Firefighter Kricken is represented. Your client has the right to have this hearing held in open session or in closed session. Open session, I'm sorry? Okay. Can you hear me, Ms. Gibson?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. I just heard some funny sound. So, anyway, so that is his option, and I assume you've discussed that with him. So I can direct the question to either of you. Firefighter Kricken, what is your pleasure, sir?
Open.
All right. Then we will proceed in open session. And I need to, it's important here that you let us know, and it's a formality here, that you essentially enter a plea. Do you, sir, agree or disagree with the basis of these disciplinary charges?
I disagree.
Thank you. All right, that will be entered. And Ms. Conifrey.
okay, I'm putting Chief Nicholson in as a panelist right now.
I see her box, but I just see her name.
Okay, is she in there? Is she in yet?
Yeah, thank you.
So I had announced that there would be the standard 3 minutes. Did we want to change that? There are 59 people on the public attendee line.
Yes, I'm going to exercise my discretion and limit each caller to 2 minutes.
Okay. Let me go through the hands here. Mr. Arata, would you like to make public comment?
I would.
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
this is the court reporter. I'm sorry to interrupt. I haven't done a lot of meetings with this group of people. Are the public comments reported by the court reporter?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, caller, your time starts now. Your 2 minutes.
And you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Well, first and foremost, thank you for allowing me to provide public comment. This is only my second time ever providing public comment to the city of San Francisco and the San Francisco Fire Board of Commissioners. The timer stopped. It's on 0.
Oh, sorry. Okay, your time starts.
All right, I'll take it from the top. I want to acknowledge quite a few things in a small amount of time. As you continue through these proceedings with firefighters in San Francisco, that some of which have already been recommended for termination, it's a complete dishonor to the fire service. Over the course of the last 2 years with COVID-19, locally, regionally, statewide, and nationally, there have been firefighters in these same situations. I myself, one of them. My family was 3 generations San Francisco, and in the 80s moved down to the San Jose Cupertino area in Santa Clara County, where I was born and raised. I've been a firefighter in the city of San Jose for coming up on 16 years, and I'm in the same boat as Mike Kricken and the rest of the San Francisco fire family. I didn't know any of them leading up into 6, 7, 8 months ago, when certain cities in California and across this nation decided that they were going to jeopardize the lives and the careers of firefighters alike. So I ask you to think about a few things. Down in Santa Clara County, which you guys are very familiar with, Dr. Sarah Cody, our public health official, James Williams, Jeff Smith, executives, the legal team, decided a week ago to roll back this mandate and allow hundreds of firefighters within Santa Clara County, myself included, to get back to work. There's a lot of staffing crisis on our hands down here, as well as up in San Francisco. It's unfortunate that you guys can't align yourselves with one of the regional leaders here in the public health space and allow your firefighters, sheriffs, cops get back to work. I've known Mike Kricken for about 7 months. He's a good man. He's got a good family and a good heart. Everybody else that's going to provide comments is going to speak to that as well. So please rescind your mandate and get your firefighters back to work.
Thank you. Your time is up. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, your 2 minutes starts now.
Hi there. I'm a fire captain from a neighboring department, major city across the bay. What we're seeing right now is a disgrace to the fire service. I commend firefighter Kricken for his stance and not bending a knee to everything that is going on right now. It's difficult to see from your optics how this affects the fire service. As a leader and holding a rank within the fire department, seeing the trickle-down effect of certain decisions that need to be made on a daily basis and how it affects morale and what this does ultimately to the entire fire service in general, nationwide, is disgusting. It's frustrating to watch because morale nationwide, the fire service, is getting completely destroyed. The decisions that you're making and lives that you're crushing by making these decisions when there's other options like testing, it makes no sense. It's not following science because science says we can take a test. I'm not vaccinated. I'm able to take a test. Fortunately, that's what our department decided to do and our city decided to do. San Francisco is one of the most so-called progressive, inclusive, and accepting cities in the entire country. The fact that you're voluntarily dismantling these people's lives, their children's lives, and their future it's shameful. I hope every single one of you understands that it doesn't just affect checking a box and saying you did your part to keep the city safe. you're actively crushing these people's lives and their futures, and the fire service in general. So Firefighter Kricken, I commend you. Your brothers across the bay are rooting for you. And we hope that you can come out on top with this, and everybody who's gone before you and follows you, we hope that you continue to stand strong. Because once we're eliminated, they're coming after the children to be able to go to school,
Time is up,
to
sir.
be able to play sports. Thank you.
Would you like to make public comment? Hello?
Yes, hello?
Would you like to make public comment?
Yes, ma'am. My name is Amador Herrera. I'm a firefighter here in San Francisco, and I work at the same station as Michael. I've known Mike for over 20 years, and he's such a professional firefighter, a great father. It would be such a disservice to the citizens of San Francisco for this to happen to Mike and the department. I beg and plead that you rescind this mandate and have Mike come back to work. He's got 5 children, and he's an honorable man. Please rescind this. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Hello there. Good morning, Commission. I just want to make a public comment on this matter. As a member of the public, I think it's ridiculous that you're going to be terminating people over a vaccine mandate for a vaccine that clearly does not stop the spread of the virus. There's no research supporting any data with spread from firefighters to the public. We wear a large amount of PPE, we wear masks, we wear gloves. Most of us have already had the virus, which has been proven to provide greater immunity than the vaccine itself. There's a new study in the UK coming out that says 9 out of 10 deaths in that country are in vaccinated individuals. Also, religious exemptions, it's federal law. They're not being honored. You guys are just opening the city up to more lawsuits after termination. Additionally, medical exemptions. Your vaccination rates are extremely high in the city of San Francisco. A lot of us have got this vaccine also. We got 2 shots. We sustained side effects that were undesirable. Sick leave is not provided for these side effects. We have to use our own leave for a vaccine that's mandated by your city, and we have no recourse for any serious side effects. And now, they're requiring booster shots and maybe a 4th shot. And, you can get a medical exemption. And for all the other people out there that are being terminated, even though they have a legitimate medical exemption, this is completely immoral and unacceptable. Lastly, other fire departments, other cities, other employers have testing options, which has been proven to be highly effective in keeping COVID out of the workplace. All employees should be tested if you're truly concerned, not just vaccinated.
Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes, I would, Jim.
Your time starts now.
Good morning. Thank you for the time. I just want to give a call in here and explain who Michael Kricken is. He's a solid professional fireman, extraordinarily gifted. He's an artist. He's kind. He's strong. He will show up on your worst day and do the absolute best he can to change your day, change your life for the better. And he's willing to work. The Fire Commission has fired multiple people at this point while cracking jokes and talking about the weather. I say shame on you. by taking away the livelihood from these firefighters, it may seem easy, and Commissioner Army Morgan has said before, oh, we don't take some kind of sick pleasure in doing this, and then he'll continue to crack jokes after firing somebody. It's disgusting. So I'm here to give you your daily reminder. People are still praying for you. We're hoping that you find some common sense or even some scientific sense, and you discontinue what you're doing to these people. One thing that the Fire Commission and the Fire Chief has relinquished is the ability to say, I just didn't know, or oh, I never really agreed with it. So every night that you go to bed, you need to think hard about the future, because you have many more people who are in line to be terminated. And I ask that you pray and you talk to yourself and you are able to make the right decision.
Your time is up. Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes, I would. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Your time starts now.
Okay, my name is Carl Bishvik. I've also known Mike Kricken a long, long time. We went to paramedic school together. He was one of the best students in that class. He's one of the most personable people I know. I know his family also. His wife and kids, they are a class act. You're making a big mistake. Firing Mike Kricken or any of these people is a big mistake. Like one of the previous callers said, you know, I wonder how you guys sleep at night. I really do. I just hope that, you know, you guys reverse this horrible decision, because it's unbelievable. But that's all I have to say. That's it.
Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Good morning. I would like to suggest that the members of this commission familiar yourself with the Nuremberg Code. Do a little more research. Read the transcripts of the Nuremberg trial. It might wake you up to what you're doing. The evidence is out that this virus was created by Moderna in a lab. And what you're doing with the evidence is mainstream. It's not conspiracy theory any longer. Is you're fully participating and engaging with the maiming, taking away people's rights, but the maiming of their bodies. You're violating religious in our Constitution. You can't say that you didn't know. The reporters who participated in the genocide in Nazi Germany were not allowed to say, we were just following orders. The military soldiers who carried out what they did were not allowed to say, we were just following orders. Look at what happened to the reporters and the people in the military that followed those orders. You won't be exempt. You're participating in a mass genocide. The blood of the people who you forced to take this vaccine is on your hands. What you're doing right now will be held accountable. That is all.
Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
I would.
Your time starts now.
It has become abundantly clear that firing these firefighters has become a political agenda. Many departments who are in the same situation have gone back to work with little to no restrictions. Firefighters who work for the state do not have a vaccine mandate. Firefighters who work in neighboring counties can be unvaccinated and be accommodated with testing. Does the virus only spread in San Francisco County? Please make this make sense. We know these decisions being made are no longer based on health-related issues. We know these decisions being made are not rooted in science, and it has become obvious that this is all political theater being perpetrated by tyrannical individuals who are drunk on power, who have no brakes, and are going full throttle. This will go down as one of the greatest human civil rights violations to ever occur, and you will be part of that history. You will cringe when looking back at these past 2 years, and you will wish you had done better to protect these innocent individuals who have caused no harm. As citizen volunteers, you are making decisions that make zero sense, and you are agreeing to unlawfully terminate firefighters based off of politics. Shame on you. Mike, we're your backup line.
Is that all? Okay. Caller, would you like to make public comment? Caller, your hand is up. Would you like to make public comment? Mr. Salas, would you like to make public comment?
Yes, I would. Where is the chief? She disappeared from the screen. Can she still hear?
Your time is up. Your time is running,
Yes,
sir.
I can. Yes, I can hear you.
Christopher Salas, retired under duress, San Francisco Fire Department, for a pandemic where 0.3% of the population, that's the mortality. Greetings, brothers and sisters, is a salutation Chief Nicholson uses on the memos and announcements to the fire department. For the life of me, I can't understand how Chief Nicholson would recommend terminating or firing her brothers and sisters from the San Francisco Fire Department after working diligently and honorably during a so-called pandemic. I cannot believe Chief Nicholson went above and beyond the emergency health order and general order to terminate her brothers and sisters, her family, with children to support. Testing and masking is what all the other departments do in our state and country, except for a couple of other tyrannical ones like San Francisco Fire Department. This is not how you treat your brothers and sisters that risk their lives for the city and county of San Francisco. Once Chief Nicholson caught COVID, after being fully vaccinated, the department had an outbreak of over 140 firefighters that were vaccinated also, then decided to test the vaccinated firefighters. The whole charade should have been over at that point. Every prematurely fired or retired or unpaid, or a firefighter on unpaid leave, every brother or sister should be brought back to work immediately for the unconstitutional way they were treated, so that we can truly be brothers and sisters once again in the San Francisco Fire Department. It is the right and compassionate thing to do, Chief Nicholson.
Mr. McHugh, would you like to make public comment?
Oh, yes, thank you. Good morning. Sorry I'm not prepared, but I'll try to talk. Contra Costa, I think, has over 200 firefighters working with religious exemptions. Alameda has no mandate. San Mateo County has no mandate. Santa Clara County just went back to work. All the unvaccinated are back. They might not even do the booster or testing. So the question the commissioner should be asking is, how come San Francisco can't do this? In the health order, section 6, 1 and 2, Roman numeral 4, it says we can work with mask and testing. In previous hearings, the chief is on record. The evidence she has made a decision that she could not accommodate any unvaxxed firefighters was she had multiple conversations with the city attorney and human resources. For the case Sturgill versus United Parcel Service 2008, an employer must establish that the hardship is real rather than speculative, merely conceivable or hypothetical. Section 6 of the health order, subsection B and C, is for testing and for masking. I can't believe I had to hear the city attorney again, last commission hearing, talking about masking in the shower. If you turn to the appendix A, it says unvaccinated shower, eat with a on. So really the entire chief or the city or whatever it is, their entire case is subsections A and D, which is basically saying that we're causing an undue hardship or we're an immediate threat. The commissioners should be asking, how are we a threat, but no one else? 99% of fire departments, there's doctors and nurses working in emergency rooms right now in San Francisco that are unvaccinated. Okay, these are the questions you should be asking, not being happy that you're firing firefighters.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Mr. Quist, would you like to make public comment? Mr. Quist, would you like to make public comment? Would you like to make public comment? Mr. Savin, would you like to make public comment?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Greg Sabin. I was a second-generation firefighter for the city all through the pandemic up until October 12th. On October 13th, I was deemed unsafe by the powers that be and forced to retire prematurely. I proudly and honorably served the citizens of the city for 29 years. I loved my job, and having to leave on those terms was a terrible feeling, but it fails in comparison to what you're putting these firefighters through. I've sat and listened to these in prior commission meetings and discussed, as it is clear that these hearings are all predetermined and this commission is far from unbiased. We were on the front lines of the pandemic while you had the luxury of working safely from your homes. Now you're terminating the brave people that served your citizens. On numerous occasions, President Feinstein stated that it was shameful that there were unvaccinated firefighters and that she did not want any in her house, choosing to rather drive herself to the hospital. And yet you still want to terminate people for not wanting to take a vaccine that you clearly don't have faith in, believing that you yourself being a vaccinated person can catch COVID from an unvaccinated person, when likewise you can catch it from a vaccinated person just the same. Commissioner Morgan called us selfish after proposing a ridiculous scenario about being confronted with the choice of taking a shot or risking the life of a civilian with a gun to their head. At least Commissioner Covington has asked questions relating to trying to accommodate the firefighters. I commend her for that. I also commend Commissioner Cleveland for asking real questions, like why is masking and testing an option for vaccinated firefighters but not the unvaccinated? And why are we offering medical and religious exemptions if none of them are being accepted or accommodated? Not surprisingly, he was forced to step down from his position or retired. We were never told, so we're not sure how that happened. Either way, these hearings are biased and unjust. Most of the world and the cities around are removing their mandates. At this stage in the game, it is time for San Francisco to do the same.
Your time is up. Thank you. Ms. O'Neill, would you like to make public comment?
Yes, I would, please.
Your time starts now.
Thank you. So I'm seeing these young men and women being torn from their jobs. And the caller earlier spoke, labor code is very significant. It is not conspiracy theory. It's a real document. And we're going to use that real document to get you. The entire commission, all the nurses and doctors who have given these injections. And guess what? There is no state or state level of emergency.
Your connection's not coming through very good.
Okay, well, I don't know how to change that.
We can hear you now.
Okay, so the authority that you rely on to coerce into taking poison into their systems is not valid. You need to show clear and convincing evidence that an emergency exists. And you have not done that. You refuse to do that. Your arrogance is beyond belief, and we're coming after you. You will pay the price for hurting these young people.
Thank you.
Should be ashamed of yourselves.
Okay, I have gone through the list and it looks like that is the end of public comment. Brad, do you see?
I don't know that you called. I tried to keep a list. I'm not sure if you called on Bowling, Casimir, calling user 13.
Yeah, I don't know how they get up to the top. Hold on, let me try this one.
Kevin Rice.
Would you like to make public comment? Ms. Carbo?
Yes.
Would you like to make public?
I would.
Okay, your time starts now.
Thank you. Casimir Carbo, fire captain for Contra Costa Fire. What we should actually be doing in this meeting is thanking Mike Kricken and anybody else who was on the front lines responding to these COVID calls before we had zero information on it. You didn't have a mass exodus of firefighters that refused to respond to these calls until we learned about COVID. And yet we were all out there on the front lines responding to these calls, scared if we would bring it home and give it to our wives and children, and scared of what we might encounter out there because we had no information. But now we have information, and we're finding out that more firefighters are being damaged from these vaccines than we're actually helping. And we've asked time and time again, we've asked multiple health officers if they can show us one case where firefighters transmitted this virus to the general public, and no one has been able to show us that documentation. We've asked for metrics for you guys to show us how we've affected the public and how we get out of this, and we have received zero metrics on how to get out of this from you. We keep meeting numbers for vaccination, not good enough. We keep doing things, all these jumping through hoops that you keep asking, and it's all been done and nothing has come of it. And we're still not backing off of this so-called emergency mandate. We've got more people damaged from vaccines than have been helped by these vaccines. So, Mike, we're with you. Your brothers and sisters across the water are here for you. I really hope that this board comes to resolution today and rescinds this mandate. It's not because they can't.
Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes, and thank you. And I'm not going to rehash what's said. The vaccine mandate needs to end for everyone. I started my career in the Bay Area with Mike Kricken as a paramedic, and I will say that, just an immensely honorable guy, and San Francisco Fire would be at a loss to lose him. But also I want to point out that in the fire service in California, we are at a critical staffing level. My own department in the Bay Area regularly mandatories people. The loss of even one person affects the staffing going forward and our ability to serve. To get rid of anybody at this point, and especially someone as good as Mike, is irresponsible and, should not happen. Mike, we stand with you, to the board. End the mandate, let them go back to work, make them, we're all good with testing, and end the mandate. Thanks.
Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes.
Your time starts
Can you hear
now.
me?
Yes.
I'm a firefighter in the Bay Area, and I just want to say that, firemen, they definitely don't quit. We don't quit. The only reason you ever see people leave the job is for retiring or a funeral because they died in the line of duty. The way everybody's speaking about Kricken he's just a valuable person to the entire city of San Francisco, and it's starting to sound like a funeral. If this was a true funeral, you guys would be speaking, this whole entire commission would be speaking about Kricken and the hero that he truly is. You'd be thanking him for his service throughout his entire career. Instead, by forcing him to quit because of your termination and unconstitutional mandate, you're telling him that his service throughout his entire career is no longer worthy and he's not needed. And that's incredibly wrong. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes, good morning. I would like to first state off that the commissioners keep stating in the last unjust firings of these firefighters that they cannot amend or change the health order. That is a lie. Stop lying to yourselves. Stop being misled by the city and county's attorneys. You and your commissioners are in your full capability to rescind the chief's recommendation. You are in your full capability to
reinstate and exonerate Michael Kricken. That is your checks and balances that the powers are bestowed upon you guys to do that. Stop lying to yourselves, and that's the truth. You're allowed to do that while staying in full compliance with the health order. It clearly states that. So I'm also confused and wondering if any of you guys even read the health order. You can fully reinstate Mike. You can fully exonerate him, put him back to work safely while being in full compliance of the health order. The state of emergency is so bogus that now the mayor is going to Europe and she's drumming up to have tourists come from around the world to the city. Are we in a state of emergency or not? Let's just focus on what's really going on here. Dr. Marie Raven from UC Parnassus said that the documents between patients and first responder transmission is 0 to minuscule at most. It's pretty much nothing. So look it up, follow the science, read the information that's out there. And the doctor at UC Parnassus is also allowing doctors and nurses and staff and janitory helpers to work who have COVID. So to continue this joke and to continue firing people is now becoming clearly that there's some sort of agenda being pushed or some political motives behind it, because nobody is following the science. Nobody is thinking about health and safety anymore.
And if you've already spoken, can you please lower your hand? Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes. First, I'm not sure what the number is I need to push to lower my hand once this is over. But I want to speak to the issue regarding the mandate and you letting this firefighter go. There is no crisis. There is no emergency pandemic. There never has been. They've changed the wording. It's really disappointing to see the great city that I've born and raised in my whole life and my family's life go down this sewer hole, rat hole of this tyranny. And it's just really disappointing that you do have the control and the ability to rescind the recommendation and reinstate this firefighter, and you're choosing not to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes.
Your time starts now.
So I'm talking specifically to Commissioner Stephen Nakajo. I was a student sitting in your Master's of Social Work class at San Francisco State when you were talking a lot about community, social action, and change. And I was really inspired by your teachings and your lectures on when government and systems get really tight and really rigid, and they restrict people's individual freedom, justice, autonomy, and sovereignty. So I'm wondering how you are going about this particular situation and how you're thinking about all of these families and these individuals and their freedom and their sovereignty. And it's really disappointing how we could be spending all this time, all of these resources, all of this money doing things like this, putting these families and these firefighters through so much distress when we could be focusing on uplifting them and providing services for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rice, would you like to make public comment?
Good morning. Thank you. First of all, I don't know what happened to the 3 minutes public comment noticed on the agenda. It seems it's gone to 2 now. I don't know Mr. Kricken. I'm hoping that he knows and exerts his right to have this hearing in open session as per 54957B2 of the Brown Act, because I think this hearing should be accomplished in open session for all to see. I don't know what's happened to the city of San Francisco that was such a beacon of personal liberty in the 60s and has now just turned into an oppressive city full of tyrants, racism, and hate. It's really disgusting. In fact, it's so much so that San Francisco, I won't even travel within the city limits. I avoid it. I go around it. Each of you should consider if you're a tyrant, because I think you are. Webster defines it as oppressive power exerted by government. And here you are crushing people with your government force that you're so empowered with. You don't represent the people. And it just disgusts me. I don't know what to say. I can't help Mr. Kricken. The things I have to say will probably actually hurt him. But Mr. Kricken, please consider exerting your right to have your hearing in open session so that we can all see what transpires today. And I can't say thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sablin, would you like to make public comment?
Yes,
Your 2 minutes starts now.
thank you. Mr. Kricken, thank you for your service. I can't imagine what's going on in your mind right now. That's pretty surreal. I could imagine that this is actually happening. To the commission, make no mistake that this isn't about Mr. Kricken at this point. This is about all of you. It's never too late to make the right choice. It's never too late to change course. I understand that you guys are deep into this and it's hard to reverse course. There's so much momentum going this way. But the science no longer supports this. You have a fully vaccinated city staff, people who are triple boosted, still getting coronavirus, still being able to transmit it and spread it. You're calling the unvaccinated first responders, city workers, a threat because they can catch it and spread it. And yet you still have testing required for the fully vaccinated staff. None of that makes any sense. It defies logic and reason, common sense. So this is about you guys having the opportunity to right this wrong, right? Look at the trends. United Airlines, major corporation, has welcomed back its unvaccinated staff. JP Morgan Chase in the financial industry, welcoming back its unvaccinated staff, right? The trend is going one way and you're doubling down the other way by including an actual booster mandate. And there's more city employees who are refusing to comply, which is why you had several heads have to make an amendment to the health order for the booster, because it's really not going well. So make the right choice, find courage to do the right thing. It'll be okay. We'll all get through this, but the sooner you act now, the better it will be for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that is the end of public comment. I'm just going back up to the top here. Oh, no, hold on. Mr. Thomas, would you like to make public comment?
Yes.
2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. The spike protein of the SARS-CoV-2 virus or vaccine seems to have patents issued prior to the release or prior to its being found, which indicates that it was actually developed. There is racial specificity of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein, and it actively repels certain races. There is evidence that this is a bioterror weapon that affects some races more than others. Because of this, the ACE2 receptor binding domain is critical in finding out whether a person will be harmed by this or not harmed by the spike protein. The spike protein was researched by a doctor named Ralph Barrick at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, and, as we know, was transferred to the Wuhan labs. This may be a bioterror weapon, and depending upon this firefighter's race, could harm him. The vaccine is the same spike protein, and the spike protein could harm certain races more than others and spare certain races. It is unfair to give everyone this spike protein, this vaccine that generates the bioterror weapon inside the human body without first testing them to see if they will be immune. Because that spike protein actually may trigger other damage, including T cell damage, through the GP41 spike that attacks T cells, as well as BRCA damage and P53 damage that may cause increased risk of cancers. The documentation from Pfizer now out to the FDA shows that that they have been.
Your time is up.
I don't get 3 minutes. I get 2.
No, 2 minutes. The announcement was made.
Thank you. And how can we send in written documentation in support?
You can email it to Fire Commission.
How do we do that?
fire.commission@sfgov.org.
Fire.commission at
sfgov.org.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple more here. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes.
Your time, 2 minutes starts now.
So I also don't know Brother Michael Kricken personally, but I wish to speak on his behalf and on behalf of all of those who uphold freedom of medical choice. I'm asking this Fire Commission to please make informed decisions to protect the livelihoods of our public service workers so that we can continue to protect our communities. Firefighters are trained to navigate and mitigate risk. We utilize this training to make informed, autonomous risk assessments every day for our personal health and safety and the health and safety of others. Trust the training and allow our brother to continue to make informed decisions according to his personal beliefs without threat of termination. San Francisco Fire Department upholds in its mission statement intent to, quote, provide a work environment that is free from harassment and discrimination and values health, wellness, cultural diversity, and equity. The fact that we are calling into question Brother Michael Kricken's ability to keep his position, let's force him to vaccinate, is a blatant display of harassment, discrimination, and inequity, and has no place in your work environment according to your own mission statement. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes, I would. Can you hear me?
Your 2 minutes starts now. Yes.
All right. Good morning. I'm not going to touch more on the science or the legal matters of what's going on here with Kricken and the other firefighters that you're terminating, I would just like to say, as far as the safety of the city of San Francisco goes, terminating experienced employees for such an invalid reason is a real shame. Firefighting is a job that is heavily dependent on learning through experience and the experience of those that come before you. And forcing these people out either through early retirement or by firing them, it severs that link, and the firefighters coming in after them don't have the opportunity to learn the right way to do this job and to learn from the experiences that someone like Firefighter Kricken has had and that he had learned from the people before him. And so when it comes to the safety of the city, I think you're doing a huge disservice on the firefighting side by forcing these people out, and with that, taking all their knowledge and experience and preventing it from being passed on. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes, thank you.
And it starts now.
I'm just commenting as a concerned citizen. Just listening in, I have a lot of concerns. I know that last summer when the CDC stopped tracking unvaccinated breakthrough cases, I became concerned. I'm not sure why you would stop tracking unvaccinated breakthrough cases, because that data is information that should be used to make decisions. So that last summer made me concerned. I'd also like to say that when something is used under an emergency use, it doesn't seem like that should be mandated. That's, there's some ethical things going on there. If it's emergency use, you cannot mandate it. You can suggest it, but not mandate it. I know transmission has not stopped. So again, why mandate it when transmission has not stopped? I'd also like to say that censorship, when doctors are censored for doctors and people are censored for stating their concerns, everyone should be worried. Censorship is not okay. And you are a committee that the public is trusting you to know all of this information and to make the best decisions for everyone, and thinking of everything that I've just said to you. Please consider that the public is trusting you. And that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. I would just like to implore the commission to use logic and go up against the policies that are clearly not working. I think that the gentleman that's up for termination and everyone else, it doesn't make any sense when we are going to have a rally because we have a staff shortage. I think that the terminations are putting the public at risk, and you're throwing away our tax dollars. We should be able to work without being forced to get something that has nothing to do with our jobs. Clearly, the science has not worked, and I'm just, please stand up against the policies that are not working. If you have the power, utilize it. Why should this person that, worked hard and jumped through all the hoops that he needed to jump to work and proud to be a city employee, why should he just be thrown away? You should reinstate all of the firefighters who put their lives on the line during COVID and even before. So please, again, stand up if you can. Stand up. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to make public comment?
Yes,
Your 2 minutes starts now.
thank you. My father is a current firefighter in San Francisco, and during the pandemic, before the mask and vaccine mandates, my father was risking his life to respond to your family and friends who live in this city. I'm asking you to change your decision that you most likely have already made to stop the firing of these respective firefighters in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes, I would. Please let me know when my time starts.
Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. I've listened to previous callers and something kind of hit me to make some or do a little research here. And I looked up the charter for the Fire Commission. And by definition, the San Francisco Fire Commission is the policy body for the San Francisco Fire Department. And therefore, you do have the power to change policy and make policy and rule on policy that may be wrong. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, would you like to make public comment?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you. Hey, I'd just like to comment on the fact that, number one, I've been a firefighter in the San Francisco Bay Area for 7 years, EMS prior. All of you people making these decisions sat in offices while we were out there dealing with stuff that was unknown. Captain Kricken went out and served the citizens of San Francisco without care, to what would happen to him and his family. I had a child during the pandemic, and I had to worry about bringing that home every day. Well, you people making decisions sat in offices. So could reconsider your decision, because these are the people that stood up for your city and fought for what was right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that is the end of public comment.
All right, public comment shall be closed. And although we didn't get to this before beginning public comment, I do want to remind everybody that we do have a court reporter who is writing everything that's said down, and I need to be respectful of her and the level of concentration that's required to do that. So given that we've been in session for about an hour and 10 minutes, I would like to give her a break. And Madam Court Reporter, I haven't seen your face yet. I see your box on my grid screen. Are you ready for a short break before we get into preliminary administrative things and opening statement?
Yes, I could use a quick break, and 10 minutes is fine.
All right, then we will take a 10-minute recess, and then we will reconvene.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we should get started without Mr. Russi. I have a few preliminary procedural matters to go through, and there's Mr. Russi. And so let me go through those, and then we'll get started on the hearing itself. As the attorneys know, but for purposes of the member who also may know, but just so that we're all on the same page, the procedure for this hearing will be that each party may present an opening statement. Mr. Kricken has the choice of presenting an opening statement either himself or through his counsel after the city presents its opening statement, or waiting until he begins the presentation of his evidentiary portion. And I leave that to Ms. Gibson and Mr. Kricken to determine. Once that determination is made and we know we're moving into the evidentiary portion, the department bears the burden of proof and will present its case first. Then the member will present his case, and the department may then present rebuttal evidence. As in all of these procedures, each party may cross-examine the other party's witnesses. When we are done with the evidentiary portion, closing argument is then made first by the department, then followed by the members' closing argument, and then the department, if they have remaining time, can make a rebuttal argument as they bear the burden of proof here. We went back and forth. I think we've established the hearing time that opening statements will be 5 minutes by each side, and there will be 90 minutes of hearing time that is allotted to each side to present their witnesses, etc. The secretary will keep a running time clock, so you can. I hope you all can see it. I may have a slightly smaller screen, but she will be keeping our official time there. Throughout, if either side has an objection to a question asked by the other side, they have the right to object, and I will rule upon the objection. I ask that if somebody states an objection, they also state the grounds for that objection so that I can make a determination. If I sustain an objection, it means the witness will not answer the question. If I overrule an objection, the witness will be asked to answer the question. We've already taken the member's plea under Rule 11A. And are there any other preliminary issues that we need to address at this time?
Commissioner Feinstein, I just want to update the commission. So the chief has to report to a Board of Supervisors meeting. We're not sure exactly what time. And so there's a chance that she will have to leave for I think 20 to 30 minutes during this hearing.
Well, I leave that to you to work out, Ms. Stoughton.
Thank you.
All right. Okay.
I also have one issue.
We have for our opening statement, if I go through it really quickly, I think it will take 5 minutes, but for the court reporter's sake, I would be asking for 6 minutes and about 20 seconds. And if necessary, we can take that time.
That's fine. And I appreciate your respect for the court reporter. Because as you know, she has to write down every word. And if someone speaks too quickly, you're going to have a messy record for no fault of the court reporter. So that's I don't think that's a big issue, unless the city has a major objection to that.
The city has no objection and just asks for the same time.
That's fine. 5 minutes, 6 minutes, that's fine. Okay, so I think if I'm not mistaken, we are ready to begin with the city's opening statement. Oh, and I'm going to ask, I'm sorry, I apologize. I should have mentioned this before. One thing I would ask is, if at any time someone feels that they need a recess, don't hesitate to ask. This is going to be a long hearing. I would just ask that the recesses take place after a witness is finished testifying, not in the middle of their testimony or cross-examination. But I want to accommodate everybody and their comfort, as well as, of course, the court reporter. So we will be taking regular breaks. But if you need a recess for whatever reason, just let me know and we'll take care of it. All right. So sorry about I omitted that part. And let's begin. Will Ms. Stoughton or Mr. Yan be delivering the opening for the city?
I will be.
Okay. Ms. Stoughton, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Feinstein. Good morning, everyone. The question before the Fire Commission is whether to uphold the chief's recommendation for a non-disciplinary separation for firefighter Michael Kricken for his failure to comply with the vaccination requirement of the city's health order, as well as General Order 21A-70. The health order was issued by the city's health officer to address the COVID-19 pandemic and the public health emergency that pandemic created. In the health order, the health officer made the following determination. Quote, the best way to address the current surge and future surges is for everyone who is eligible to get fully vaccinated as soon as possible. End quote. Consistent with that public policy determination, the health order and general order require employees such as firefighter Kricken, who may enter or work in high-risk settings, to be fully vaccinated by October 13th, 2021, unless they received an improved exemption due to disability or sincerely held religious belief. Personal beliefs were not permitted under the health order. The health order also set minimum safety measures for unvaccinated employees, but cautioned that, quote, regular testing and masking are not as protective of public health as full vaccination and helping to prevent the transmission of COVID, end quote. Consistent with that, the health order laid out factors that employers should consider when analyzing whether they can accommodate unvaccinated employees who work in high-risk settings. These factors included the following: whether the unvaccinated employee will place other people at risk of transmission of COVID-19 because they are required to come into contact, including on an emergency basis, with other employees or with persons whose vaccination status is unknown, who are not yet eligible for the vaccine, or who are members of the vulnerable population. And that includes the elderly, incarcerated people, and acute care patients. Another factor laid out in the health order is whether the government entity can ensure compliance with the mask mandate whenever the unvaccinated employee is around other people in the workplace. Another factor was whether the proposed accommodation imposes an undue burden because it is costly, it infringes on other employees' job rights or benefits, it compromises workplace safety, it decreases workplace efficiency, or requires other employees to do more than their share of potentially hazardous or burdensome work. Under those guidelines from the health order, the chief of the department determined that even if employees could establish that they had a sincerely held religious belief or a medical disability that prevented them from getting the COVID vaccine, the department could not accommodate that because of the heightened risk to the public that unvaccinated employees pose, as well as the risk to other department employees. The facts before the Fire Commission are undisputed. The health order and general order requires firefighter Kricken to be vaccinated unless he has a valid exemption. Firefighter Kricken was not granted an exemption, and the chief will testify that they determined that could not accommodate any request for exemptions. Firefighter Kricken was not fully vaccinated as defined by the health order by October 13th, 2021. It's undisputed then that Firefighter Kricken did not comply with the health order or general order 21A-70. And that is the only issue that is before the Fire Commission here. The validity of the health order is not an issue in these proceedings. The health officer issued the order pursuant to the authority and mandates in the California Health and Safety Code. Neither the San Francisco Fire Department nor the Fire Commission have the jurisdiction or authority to overrule or change the health order's mandate. The health order clearly sets forth the definition of fully vaccinated, what it is, what a high-risk setting is, and that employees who work in these high-risk settings must be fully vaccinated absent an approved exemption and accommodation. It also clearly sets forth the parameters of when employers may not be able to accommodate unvaccinated employees. Firefighter Kricken's disagreement with the science and the public health policy underlying the health officer's orders are beyond the jurisdiction of the Fire Commission. Despite being aware of his obligation to comply with the health order and the general order, and understanding the consequences of not being vaccinated, Firefighter Kricken made the determination to remain unvaccinated. The Fire Commission, therefore, should uphold the chief's recommendation of a non-disciplinary separation to ensure continued departmental compliance with the health order and to ensure the protection of the health and safety of the public that the fire department serves, as well as the city's workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stoughton. Let me now turn to Ms. Gibson. Do you wish to make your opening statement at this time, or would you like to reserve?
I do. I wish to make an opening statement.
All right, please proceed.
So let's just get a few things straight. Ms. Stoughton isn't a public health specialist, and neither is Fire Chief Janine Nicholson, who I quote in her verified complaint against Mr. Kricken dated November 3rd, 2021 wrote, Firefighter Kricken's failure to comply with the vaccination requirement endangers the health and safety of the city workforce we serve. She then goes on to recommend non-disciplinary separation of Michael Kricken based on that line of reasoning. Yet, that line of reasoning is patently incorrect. First and foremost, the order of the health officer of the city and county of San Francisco that the department relies upon cannot be implemented. In other words, the city created an order that no person can possibly comply with. Let me repeat that. The language of the order itself, without any interpretation, cannot be complied with by the members of the department. Michael Kricken could never have complied with the order that the department is trying to use to end his career. No vaccine has ever been authorized by the FDA or any other entity to prevent COVID-19. In order to take Firefighter Kricken's career away from him, the department must prove that the order could have been complied with by firefighters, and it must prove that the COVID-19 vaccination was approved by the FDA to prevent the COVID-19 infection. The department has the burden of proving both issues, and the department can prove neither to be true. Let me be clear, nobody here, with the exception of the expert witness we intend to call, Michael Yeadon, the former vice president and chief scientific officer in the Allergy and Respiratory Research Unit of Pfizer, has the scientific background necessary in order to answer the question as to whether or not it was possible for Mr. Kricken to follow the City and County's Health Order C19-07 updated, an order that by its terms superseded and overrode all other orders and directives. In addition, Mr. Kricken will prove that he has the antibodies to COVID-19 and is blessed with natural immunity, even though that is not a requirement of the order or necessary to keep his job. He is far safer for others to be around and far less likely to suffer any severe effects of COVID-19 in the future than his vaccinated counterparts, as expert testimony will show. Without expert testimony, no one here and no written order can prove that it was possible for Mr. Kricken to follow the order of the health officer. Nobody here can prove that there is anybody else in this room or in this meeting, WebEx meeting, who has followed the health order, including but not limited to the chief. It is my understanding that Chief Nicholson knows that she became infected with COVID-19 after she was vaccinated. She knows that after implementing 100% vaccination requirements and allowing zero accommodations for any of the firefighters, the San Francisco Fire Department suffered such significant rates of COVID-19 infection that certain fire stations were rendered completely inoperable for specific periods of time. In other words, not only were the available COVID-19 vaccines not authorized to prevent infection, in reality, they did not prevent infection or spread of the virus. That may be why neither the FDA nor the WHO ever approved any of them for that purpose. I am not a health expert. Ms. Stoughton is not a health expert. And most important, neither is anyone here today testifying on behalf of the San Francisco Fire Department. I do know, however, that Mr. Kricken spent the better part of 2021 responding to fires and car explosions and all kinds of tragedy without regard to whether or not the people he was saving were vaccinated. I'm certain that each of you commissioners are aware that the rules for this proceeding require that the department has the burden of proof. This means the department must prove each of its allegations by the preponderance of the evidence. The department is not going to be able to do that today. Accordingly, a fair and just result that is consistent with the undeniable facts that we will bring before the commission would be to dismiss this complaint in its entirety and reinstate Firefighter Kricken immediately. That is because any fair, just, and objectively truthful fact finder has no other option but to come to the conclusion that Michael Kricken isn't in violation of any health order or directive. Instead, he is a hero who served his community through the worst of this pandemic and now has far superior immunity to COVID-19 than his vaccinated counterparts, and therefore constitutes a risk to exactly no one. So he should be permitted to get back to doing what he does best, saving lives. Thank you.
Okay, we're waiting for President Feinstein. This box went blank.
My apologies. WebEx just bumped me. That's all I can say. So forgive me. I could hear, but I couldn't do anything here. Anyway, so are we ready to call our first witness?
Yeah, the city, before I call our chief, will you have at least time to get through direct? Yeah, okay. So
Yes.
the department calls Chief Jeannie Nicholson.
Hello.
This could be me, Chief, but you're very echoey.
Does it help if I'm closer?
Not really, but I can hear you. Can others hear? Okay. All right. Please proceed, Ms. Stoughton.
Does the chief need to be sworn in by the court reporter?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Madam Court Reporter, if you would, please.
Yes, thank you. Chief, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Thank you. Are you raising your hand?
Yes.
Okay, I cannot see. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chief. Can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Janine Nicholson, Jeanine, Nichholson.
Okay, and can you tell us what your current job title is?
Chief of the San Francisco Fire Department.
Can you please give us a quick overview of your job duties as chief of the fire department?
Yes, I oversee operations and administration to carry out the mission of the fire department.
Chief, I'm going to have you turn to the city exhibits. I believe you have those in front of you.
I do.
Can you please turn to City Exhibit 1 to Bates number 0007?
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, it is the health order from the health officer of the city and county of San Francisco.
Okay. As part of your job duties as the chief of the department, did you review this document?
Yes.
And what did you understand the department's obligations to be under the health order?
That all of our members had to be fully vaccinated by October 13th, 2021.
I'm just going to insert a belated objection as the document speaks for itself. Thank you.
All right, overruled.
Chief, is the department required to comply with the health order?
Yes, we are.
Is the department able to change any of the health order's mandates?
No.
Can the department ignore any of the health order's mandates?
No.
Does the health order itself define what it means to be fully vaccinated?
It does.
Okay. Chief, I'm going to have you turn to Bates, still City Exhibit 9, Bates number 0009. I'm sorry, City Exhibit 1, Bates number 0009.
Okay.
09.
They're looking down at subsection K.
Yes.
Is this the definition of fully vaccinated that the department relied on when determining what it means to be fully vaccinated?
Yes.
Okay. Does the definition of fully vaccinated in the health order include vaccines granted emergency use authorization by the FDA?
Yes.
Does the definition of fully vaccinated in the health officer's order include vaccines granted emergency use authorization by the World Health Organization?
Yes.
Does the health order provide a link to the FDA website that lists these FDA authorized vaccines?
Yes.
Does the health order provide a link to the WHO website that lists the WHO approved vaccines?
Yes.
Does the health order state that the FDA has granted full approval for the Pfizer vaccine effective August 23rd, 2021?
Yes.
And the department rely on this definition in the health order to determine what it meant to be fully vaccinated?
Yes.
Did the health order mandate certain rules for employees in high-risk settings?
Yes.
Okay, still in City Exhibit 1, Chief, if I can have you turn to Bates number 18.
Number 18?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so looking at subsection 6.
Sorry, Ms. Stoughton, are you saying 0018?
I am.
Thank you. Okay.
If it's okay, I will omit the leading zeros, unless that will cause confusion.
It won't until we get to the triple zeros. And it gets a little more confusing, but for the double zeros, it's fine.
Understood.
Thank you.
Chief, looking at subsection 6 entitled Vaccination Requirements for Personnel in High-Risk Settings and Other Healthcare Personnel, do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Did you determine that this provision applied to firefighters in your department?
Yes.
Okay. Did you determine that firefighters such as Firefighter Kricken fell under the definition of an employee who works in a high-risk setting?
Yes.
Is there any way the department could guarantee a firefighter could not enter a high-risk setting?
No, there is no way to guarantee that.
Okay, and why not?
We respond any time of day or night to anywhere in the city, any location, on the street, in a home, with vulnerable population. So there's no way to guarantee. We just don't know what our next call is.
In your view as the chief of the fire department, do you believe it would endanger department operations if you had to assign firefighters to emergencies based on vaccination status?
Yes, we would not be providing the service that we are sworn to provide.
Why? And why is that?
Well, our unvaccinated staff would not be allowed to enter certain settings, and we often need all hands on deck, and it's just not operationally sound for us to not permit all of our members into a scene.
Do you think it could potentially endanger the safety of the firefighters who were vaccinated who did have to enter a high-risk setting?
Yes.
In your view as a fire chief, do you believe that firefighter Kricken can perform the essential functions of his position if he's not permitted to enter high-risk settings?
No.
Did the health order permit exemptions to the vaccination requirement?
Yes, it did. Medical and religious. I'm not sure of the exact language.
Does it sound right that it was a sincerely held religious belief exemption?
Yes.
Did the health order contain guidance about accommodating unvaccinated employees in high-risk settings, even if they qualified for one of these exemptions?
Yes, it listed the minimum requirements.
Okay, so let's turn just now to Bates number 19, still in City Exhibit 1.
Okay.
Yes. So did the health order set minimum standards for accommodating unvaccinated employees who had to enter high-risk settings?
Yes.
And what were those?
They would have to be tested at least once a week, and they would have to be masked.
Did the health order state that it was up to employers to determine whether that would be a sufficient safeguard?
I'm going to object. His leading.
You're on mute, President Feinstein.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Was it me you didn't hear?
I think so. I apologize. And if you just state your objection again, I'd appreciate it.
I just object as leading the witness.
Oh, that's overruled. Sorry.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I fear I've forgotten it. Can the court reporter read it back?
She can. Miss Swank, would you kindly?
I will. Give me 1 second. Question: did the health order state that it was up to employers to determine whether that would be a sufficient safeguard?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ultimately determine whether the department could accommodate unvaccinated employees?
We determined that we could not.
Okay. And Chief, turning to still on City Exhibit 1, base number 19, looking down at subsection A here at the bottom of the page, and then flipping to the next page, base number 20, we have B, C, and D. Do you see those?
I do.
Okay. Did the department rely on these factors when analyzing whether it could accommodate unvaccinated employees?
Yes, we did.
Okay. So let's go through these one by one, Chief. Are firefighters required to come into contact with persons whose vaccination status is unknown?
Yes.
Are they required to come into contact with persons who are not yet eligible for the vaccine?
Yes.
Are they required to come into contact with persons who are members of a vulnerable population?
Yes.
Looking at that second factor in subsection B there, did a department analyze the feasibility of testing for unvaccinated employees?
We did analyze that, and it's operationally and logistically really impossible for us.
And why is that?
We have 45 fire stations, and for whomever needs to be tested, how do we do that? I mean, we can't send the physician out every time to test someone. There's often a delay in the tests. It's just not, operationally or logistically feasible. And when we're waiting for the results of the test, then what if there's a call? So it's really problematic.
Chief, looking now at the factor in subsection C, can the department ensure compliance with the mask mandate whenever firefighters, such as firefighter Kricken, are around other people in the workplace?
No.
Okay. Can firefighters wear their masks when they shower?
I would highly doubt it.
Can firefighters wear their masks when they eat?
No.
Can firefighters wear their masks when they sleep?
I think that would be pretty hard to do.
Okay. And does the department have the ability to monitor compliance with this mask mandate at all times?
No, we don't.
Chief, can you explain to us the sleeping arrangements in firehouses?
Yes, for firefighters, we all sleep in one large dorm room that has, partitions that may be 4 or 5 feet high. But we're all in the same room, breathing the same air, hearing the same sounds.
Chief, has the health officer issued an amended order since this particular health order came out?
Yes.
Do these amended orders still contain the requirement that employees in high-risk settings be vaccinated?
Yes, and it also includes a booster mandate.
Okay, and can you explain to us what the booster mandate is?
Yes, anyone who is eligible to get a booster needs to do so. It has been extended to April 1st for firefighters.
Okay, does that mean that firefighters who enter high-risk settings would have to also have the booster by April 1st?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any role in analyzing whether a firefighter had a sincerely held religious belief or a disability that prevented them from being vaccinated?
No, I did not.
Chief, still looking at City Exhibit 1. I'm going to ask you to turn to Bates number 43 now.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's a general order that I signed and sent out last August, talking about the vaccination policy.
Okay, Chief, and looking at Bates number 45, is that your signature there?
That is my signature.
And does this appear to be a true and correct copy of the general order that you signed?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you tell us what this general order does?
It mandates not only the vaccination, but the timeline of that vaccination for all city employees. But this is specific to the San Francisco Fire Department.
Chief, what rank is Firefighter Kricken?
He is an H2 firefighter.
And was he included in the order here in the general order to comply with the health order?
Yes.
Are employees generally required to comply with health orders? I'm sorry, strike that. Are employees generally required to comply with general orders?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are they required to be familiar with general orders?
Yes, they are.
Does the department distribute general orders out to members of the department?
We do. We distribute it in multiple ways, but it goes right to their human resources, their own individual human resources page, where they're required to read and sign off on it. It also goes out through email to the stations. It goes out from headquarters to the division chiefs, and they get that message out as well. So there are multiple ways.
Was this general order distributed through all those channels that you just mentioned?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did Firefighter Kricken comply with this general order?
No.
Did the department take any other steps to notify employees of their obligation to comply with the health order and the general order?
Yes, we did. We met individually with members, and we called members on the phone as well.
Chief, still in City Exhibit 1, can you turn to Bates number 4?
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is this document?
It's a letter sent to Firefighter Kricken, telling him that he had not met our vaccination requirement and what was going to happen after that if he did not.
And Chief, is this your signature here on the bottom of the page?
It is.
And does this appear to be a true and correct copy of the letter that you signed and sent to Firefighter Kricken?
Yes.
Did this letter tell Firefighter Kricken that he would be subject to a non-disciplinary separation if he failed to comply with the health order and the general order?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
Chief, did Firefighter Kricken comply with the health order's vaccination requirement by October 13th, 2021?
No.
And how do you know that?
There is no record of him getting the vaccination in any of the records that the department has.
Chief, turning now to Stella City Exhibit 1, Bates number 5.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
I do, yes. It is a notice of the track for non-disciplinary separation for Firefighter Kricken.
Okay, turning to the second page, page 6. Chief, is this your signature on the bottom of the page?
It is.
Okay, does this appear to be a true and correct copy of the notice of non-disciplinary separation you sent to Firefighter Kricken?
It does.
Chief, looking at the middle of Bates page 5, there's these boxes. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay, can you tell us what those boxes are?
Yes, that was cut and pasted from the People and Pay database, where it is entered. It has all of our members entered whether they have been vaccinated or not. And this states that Firefighter Michael Kricken was not vaccinated.
Does this mean that Firefighter Kricken himself reported that he was not vaccinated?
Yes.
Did you offer a Firefighter Kricken an administrative meeting following the issuance of the notice of a non-disciplinary separation?
Yes.
Did Firefighter Kricken show up for that administrative meeting?
Yes.
Was he represented by counsel at that administrative meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Was Firefighter Kricken permitted to submit documentation at that administrative meeting?
Yes.
Was he permitted to respond to the allegations against him in the notice of non-disciplinary separation at that administrative meeting?
Yes.
Following the administrative meeting, did you place Firefighter Kricken on unpaid leave?
Yes.
Right. Chief, turning now to City Exhibit 3. That's Bates number 0106 0107.
Okay.
Do you recognize this document, Chief?
Yes, this is a document from the city's Department of Human Resources to Local 798 in regards to the COVID-19 vaccination policy and health order.
Okay. And what did this document do?
It basically spelled out steps of being vaccinated or not being vaccinated and what would happen in terms of an administrative meeting, a fire commission hearing, and being placed on unpaid administrative leave.
And did the department comply with the process set forth in this letter?
We did.
I have no more questions for this witness, but we would ask at this time that all the city's exhibits be moved into evidence.
All right, and those would be exhibits 1, 2, and 3. Am I correct about that?
Correct.
All right. Any objection?
No objection.
All right. So the city's exhibits 1, 2, and 3 will be admitted at this time. Thank you. All right. Ready for cross?
Yes.
All right. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chief Nicholson. Good afternoon. What, if anything, did you personally do to circulate Health Order C19-07 updated?
I had my administrative staff circulate it.
Did you do anything personally, like put it in an email or hand it out, or did you just ask your administrative staff to do that?
That is something my administrative staff would do.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you do personally to circulate General Order A70?
I signed off on it, and it was entered by someone else into our email system and our HRMS database.
So would I be correct in saying that you didn't personally do anything to distribute it? You handed it off to your administrative staff and they did that for you?
Yes, I directed them to do so.
When did you first learn that you would be testifying at today's hearing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat? I couldn't hear that.
When did you first learn that you would be testifying at today's hearing?
I don't recall.
Do you have any idea if it was a week or more ago?
It was more than a week ago, yes.
Between the time that you found out about this hearing and today, what, if anything, did you do to prepare for it?
I'm going to object to the extent that she's asking for attorney-client privilege conversations and instruct the chief not to answer.
I'm going to overrule in part and sustain in part. And Chief, you shouldn't discuss anything that any attorney-client consultation that you've had. But if you can answer the question without that, you should answer the question, please.
I met with the city attorney on several occasions.
Is there anything else that you did?
In regards to what?
Preparing for today's hearing.
I went through some of the documentation.
Which documents?
So I have two different binders here. One from the city and one from, I believe from you, Michael Kricken's pretrial statement.
Are the contents of those two binders the only documents that you reviewed in preparation for today's hearing?
Again, I'm going to object to the extent that this is asking for attorney-client privilege.
No, I'm going to overrule that and allow her to answer, other than reminding her that the attorney-client privilege does apply.
These are the documents that I used, the only ones.
Thank you. Now, did you do anything to encourage employees to comply with the health order? And just for reference, when I say health order, I mean C19-07 updated. I'm just not going to say the extended name every single time to shorten things up a bit.
Yes, we sent it out time and time again, or my staff did, rather.
Okay, so your staff sent it out how many times, do you believe?
I don't know.
Okay. And did you encourage employees to comply with the general order?
Yes, the general order is mandated.
What did you do, if anything, to encourage employees to comply with it?
I personally had my staff handle that in disseminating the information. I also had some of my staff meet with members who were reluctant to get vaccinated. Those are some of the things that we did.
Besides the two items that you mentioned that your staff did, is there anything else that you personally did to encourage employees to comply with the general order?
I may have, but I can't recall.
Did you read the order of the health officer with all of its appendices?
At one point, I read the entire thing, yes.
And do you know which version of it you read?
No, but I don't know.
And when was the last time that you read it?
In its entirety?
Yes.
I don't recall. It's been a while.
Was it more than a month ago?
Yes.
When you did read it, were you careful to read and understand each line of the 35 single-space pages?
Was I careful? Can you...
Careful to read and understand each line of the 35 single-spaced pages.
I read the entire document.
Did you understand it?
Most of it I understood, and what I didn't understand, I got answers on.
Do you feel confident that now, sitting here today, you understand the health order?
Yes.
Did you read the General Order A70?
Yes.
And when was the last time you read it?
I don't recall.
Would you say it's been more or less than a month?
In its entirety, more than a month.
Were you careful when you read it to read and understand each line of the 3 single-space pages?
Yes.
Was it your view that Firefighter Kricken could pick and choose which of the requirements set forth in the order of the health officer that he would follow?
Can you repeat that, please, Ms. Gibson?
Yes. Was it your view that Firefighter Kricken could pick and choose which of the requirements set forth in the order of the health officer that he would follow and which he would not?
He was required to follow the health order and to follow the general order.
So in other words, Michael Kricken couldn't choose which portions of it he wanted to follow and which ones he didn't want to follow, correct?
He could put in for a religious exemption, if that's what you're talking about. But yes, he was mandated to follow the general order, as were all other members of the department.
So in other words, he was required to follow the entirety of the order, not just portions of it, correct?
Yes.
And was it your view that Michael Kricken could pick and choose which of the requirements of the general order he would follow and which ones he would not? Or did he have to follow it in its entirety?
He had to follow the general order in its entirety.
And isn't it true that you wanted Mr. Kricken to comply in full and without deviation to these 2 orders, meaning the health order and the general order?
I certainly hoped he would, yes.
Did you ever at any time speak with Michael Kricken about why he did not wish to be vaccinated with any of the COVID-19 vaccinations?
Speak to him personally, not that I recall.
On October 6th of 2021, you sent Mr. Kricken a letter that you signed stating that his failure to meet the vaccination requirements of the order of the health officer would result in non-disciplinary separation from the department. And for your reference, that's Exhibit G, date stamp 99 of the Kricken binder. I just want to make sure that that is correct.
Sorry, Ms. Gibson, could you give me the base number again? I just am switching binders here.
Sure, it's Kricken, and it's 00099.
Okay, thank you. I have it. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Gibson, I see it.
And I just want to confirm that this is a letter that you sent to Michael Kricken and that you signed on or about October 8th of 2021, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And you also indicated in this letter at paragraph 2, the health order requires that employees who, in the course of their duties, may enter or work in high-risk settings be fully vaccinated no later than October 13th, 2021, unless they have been approved for exemption. Do you see that?
I do.
And on November 3rd, 2021, you signed a letter to Michael Kricken recommending non-disciplinary separation for failure to comply with the order of the health officer and General Order 21A70 because he failed to be fully vaccinated by October 13th, 2021, correct? And just also for reference, that is Exhibit K. And I believe that is Bates number 142. I just want to make sure that Bates number 142 through 143 are a true and correct copy of your November 3rd, 2021 correspondence.
Yes, that is.
Okay. And sitting here today, do you still believe that Mr. Kricken was not fully vaccinated by October 13th and 2021, and therefore he should be forced out of his position as a firefighter with the San Francisco Fire Department?
He was not fully vaccinated by that date, yes, and that was clearly spelled out that could lead to a non-disciplinary separation.
And are you aware of what it means to be fully vaccinated insofar as the order of the health officer number C19-07Y requires?
Yes.
Okay. Now, earlier on, Ms. Stoughton referenced the health order, and I want to turn back to it for a moment. In the Kricken binder, this is Bates number 00004. So if we can turn to 0004 and look at it. Okay, so the health, do you see it?
Yes, it starts on 002, but yes.
Okay. Okay, so what we'll be focusing on is section K, which is on 000004.
Yes, I see it.
0. What is wrong?
The health order that you, the department, and the city and county of San Francisco rely upon clearly defines what fully vaccinated or full vaccination means. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And that definition is set forth in Exhibit 1 or A to the Kricken file on page 000004 at section K, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this was the section that Ms. Stoughton just went over with you, but she skipped a portion, and so I want to make sure that that we make it clear what it actually says. So I'm going to read the definition. K says fully vaccinated and full vaccination means 2 weeks after completing the entire recommended series of vaccination, usually 1 or 2 doses, with a vaccine authorized to prevent COVID-19 by the FDA, including by way of emergency use authorization or by the World Health Organization. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why, when Ms. Stoughton was reading portions of it, she left out the portion of the definition that said that the vaccine must be authorized to prevent COVID-19?
Objection calls for speculation.
Well, I'm going to overrule that, note that it may be speculative, but I'm going to allow the question.
Can the court reporter read back the question again, please?
Yes. Question, do you know why when Miss Stoughton was reading portions of it, she left out the portion of the definition that said that the vaccine must be authorized to prevent COVID-19?
No, I can't say that I do.
And are you aware, based on your own personal experience and knowledge, that employees of the San Francisco Fire Department who have agreed to take the COVID-19 injections or vaccinations have subsequently become infected with COVID-19, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you yourself became infected with COVID-19 after receiving your vaccinations for COVID-19, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it true that after October 15th of 2021, 100% of San Francisco's firefighters actively on duty were fully vaccinated against COVID-19?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it also true that after October 15th, 2021, San Francisco Fire Department had so many cases of COVID-19 that it was forced to render select stations inoperable or browned out for certain periods of time?
So we did not render any stations inoperable. There was one day that we browned out one engine company, which was a total of 4 people. Just that one day. But the station remained open.
And between December of 2021 and January of 2022, isn't it correct that you had over 350 workers' compensation claims filed by the San Francisco firefighters, and the vast majority of them were because of COVID?
I don't know the exact number, but yes, there were over 300, and the majority were COVID related, yes.
Isn't it true that you do not have any scientific knowledge, background, or experience to know if any of the currently available COVID-19 vaccines are authorized to prevent COVID-19?
Objection, relevance.
Yeah, sustained.
Do you understand, do you not, after reading the health order, that the provisions in the health order take precedence over any other requirements and orders? Isn't that right?
We are mandated to comply with the health order. The San Francisco Fire Department is mandated to comply with it.
Okay, let me be a little more clear. I'm just going to turn to the health order again, the City and County of San Francisco C19-07Y updated, and we're going to be looking at, I believe it's page 20, Kricken 000021. Let me just.
I'm sorry, Miss Gibson, I couldn't hear your last 2 numbers there. Zero.
Sure.
Kricken.
So this 000021.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'm just going to look at paragraph 11 on this page.
I see it. Okay.
Okay. So if you go about halfway down paragraph 11, the order states, to the extent that provisions in the orders or directives of the health officer and the mandatory guidance of the state conflict, the more restrictive provisions apply. It goes on further to state that in the event of a conflict between provisions of any previously issued health order or directive and this order controls over the conflicting provisions of the other health order or directive. Do you understand that?
I see that. Let me read it again, if you don't mind.
That's fine.
Yeah, this order basically trumps any previously issued health order.
Okay, thank you. And also, after listening to Ms. Stoughton's line of questioning, I understand that you are fairly confident that there can't be even a single accommodation provided for any of the firefighters. Is that correct? Or religious accommodation, I should say.
Yes, we determined that it is too high risk for us to accommodate anyone in the firehouse. That is correct.
And isn't it true that you knew, even up to a few years ago, that it would be impossible for firefighters to shower and eat and sleep and so forth with masks on?
I'm going to object as to relevance. We're talking about a few years ago. I don't understand the time frame.
Objection. Sustained.
Let me restate it. You've always understood that firefighters couldn't wear masks while they were showering or eating or sleeping full time, 24 hours a day, right? You know that. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So why would you go to the trouble of having any firefighter apply for a religious accommodation in the event that you knew that none of them are going to be granted?
I can't say that I knew that several years ago, so I don't really understand the question, I guess.
Thank you. That's all for now.
All right. Thank you. Redirect Ms. Stoughton.
No, nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
You are excused. Okay, let me just inquire.
Chief, if you can wait just 1 second before you go. Thank you.
Ms. Stoughton, who is your next witness?
The city's going to rest subject to rebuttal, but I wasn't sure if some of the commissioners had questions for the chief, so I wanted to make sure we kept her around for those.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I see Vice President Nicasio's hand. I apologize, I didn't see it before. Vice President Nicasio, thank you. Please.
Thank you, Madam President. Chief, while we have you, I wanted to get some input in terms of, and there's been some reference in introduction in terms of the city submittal. I'm looking at 0005, which is basically a letter to the member on October the 15th. And it runs a series of information with a bar in the middle that verifies the status of the member. Yeah, underneath that, it says, therefore, I intended to recommend to the Fire Commission a non-disciplinary separation and have placed you on paid administrative leave as follows: 8 hours a day, Monday - Friday. That's what the whole total paragraph is. My question to you, Chief, do you see that component there, Chief, before I proceed?
I do, Vice President, yes.
My question is that when it came to the recommendation, a penalty, non-disciplinary separation, that's a serious recommendation based on the compliance of the health department, and I understand that because, and I understand the city order, and I understand our responsibilities and yours as well. I wanted to ask a question that at that point, was there another recommendation or an avenue beyond separation that you and the folks that made the decision came to?
Yes, if Firefighter Kricken had gotten vaccinated, he would have been welcomed back. And we had several firefighters do just that.
Okay, so if the member complied with taking the vaccine, then basically the recommendation would not be a separation with the member.
That is correct.
And then the reinforcement of religious or health beliefs is beyond the department. You were talking about the decision makers were HR. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. I had no decision making or no knowledge of the about making that determination.
Okay. All right, Chief. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Madam President, thank you.
You're on mute, Madam President.
Thank you. So I thank the Vice President and thank the Chief. May the Chief be released at this point. All right. Thank you, Chief Nicholson.
Thank you.
Mr. Yan, did you want to comment or were you waving goodbye?
My apologies, Madam President. I was waving goodbye to the chief.
No problem. Okay. All right. And so the city has no further witnesses.
Yes, that's correct, Madam President. We're resting subject to rebuttal.
Okay. Let me ask how people feel. It's 12:34. The court reporter has been at it again for over an hour. Do people wish to take a 30-minute lunch break before we resume?
The city would like a lunch break.
Okay, I'm seeing nodding heads. We will resume at 1:05. Thank you.
Thank you, President.
What a prompt group.
Made it.
Made it. I think I'm just looking at my grid here. Ms. Stoughton, are you prepared or do you object to proceeding without Mr. Yan? Oh, wait. No? Is he no? Not yet.
I apologize.
No,
I
that's
apologize,
fine.
Madam President, I was having some technical difficulties logging back in.
Well, welcome to my world. So I understand. Okay. Are we ready to resume? Oh, yes, we have our court reporter. There you go. Thank you. I think we are ready to resume unless there's any further issue or comment. And don't see any. So I believe, Ms. Gibson, we are turning to your case now, please.
Thank you. We would like to call Lucy Chu as an adverse witness.
And is Ms. Chu present? Is she noticed?
So just give us 1 second to tell Lucy to log on, please.
Madam President, I will send Ms. Chu a text message right now.
Okay, thank you.
Maureen, while we're waiting, can you tell us the amount of time for each party that's remaining? You're muted, sorry.
The department has 70 minutes and 6 seconds, and the member has 76 minutes and 9 seconds.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam President, Ms. Chu is logging on right now.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yan. I see Ms. Chu. Good afternoon, Ms. Chu. Can you hear us?
Lucy, I think you might be muted.
I've just unmuted her.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Chu, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Very faintly.
Is it better than standing close like this though, or is it trying to figure out what's wrong with the? Can you guys still see me?
Nope.
Just got kicked out, I think, or at least the video cut. Let me try logging back in.
Lucy, you're still on video.
I'm still on video. I can't see anybody. Oh, here we go. All right, is this better?
Yes.
From here, is that better?
That's better. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. And if I can I might kindly ask. I'm sorry, Ms. Chu.
I didn't say anything.
Do we know who's speaking?
I think there's an echo, and I don't know if it's from Lucy's or somewhere else. Matt, you're muted.
It looks like whatever Ms. Chu may have done is creating some type of a feedback loop because I see her screen is lit up as if she's speaking.
Does that help, or is there still feedback?
That sounds much better, I think. Nope.
No.
Please say a few words, Ms. Chu.
Okay, how does this sound?
That seems to be okay.
Let me know if there's any feedback.
It's not okay when you sit down.
Okay, let me come closer.
Lucy, can you go into the other conference room? It's available now.
Oh, it is available. Okay, let me go into the other conference room.
Lucy is. She's going into the chief's office to use her computer.
Okay, Lucy is going to testify, is going to do this from my office.
All right, go ahead, have a seat. I'm out.
Thank you, Chief.
Yep.
My apologies for that. Thank you for your patience. This is good, right? You guys can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And if I might ask if the court reporter would please swear you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chu. I'm going to place you under oath. Please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Gibson, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Chu.
Good afternoon.
Are you an employee of the city and county of San Francisco?
Yes.
And how long has that been the case?
I've been working for the city since 2013, so about 9 years.
And what is your official job title?
Senior Human Resources Analyst.
When did you learn that you would be appearing at today's hearing?
I don't remember.
Do you know if it was more or less than 2 weeks ago?
Less than 2 weeks ago.
And between the time that you first learned that you would be testifying today and today, did you do anything to prepare for the hearing besides speak with counsel?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I reviewed the documents, the religious exemption documents that Firefighter Kricken submitted.
Okay. And to be clear, the religious documents that Michael Kricken submitted are Exhibit F in the Kricken binder, and they are Bates numbers Kricken 000066 through 000097. Are these the documents that you reviewed?
Give me one moment while I take a look at this. It appears so, but it also appears that it doesn't have the corrected version that I sent later on.
And what date was the corrected version sent?
On November 3rd, 2021.
Okay. And so were there any other documents that you reviewed besides Exhibit F to the Kricken exhibits and your correspondence dated November 3rd, 2021 with the corrected version of the religious exemption determination.
I also took a look at the city's COVID vaccination, medical, and religious exemption request procedure, which is this one right here.
And what is the date of that document?
It was issued July 30th, 2021, and revised and reissued on September 24th, 2021.
And what is the complete title of that document?
COVID-19 vaccination, medical, and religious exemption request procedure.
Okay. Were there any other documents that you reviewed in preparation for today's hearing?
That's it.
Right. Were Mr. Kricken's religious exemption documents kept in a separate file?
Yes.
And where were they kept?
They were kept with the religious exemption requests that I have.
Okay. And so are they kept in your office?
They're kept in my office, yes.
And over the course of the past 6 months, what exactly have your job duties consisted of?
Lately, my job duties have been handling COVID-19 leave for the surge, the Omicron surge, regular leaves. I think that's the bulk of my task right now.
And who has been your immediate supervisor over the course of the last 6 months?
Jesus Bushong.
And what is her position?
She is the departmental personnel officer.
And does this supervisor oversee your activities with respect to processing religious exemptions?
Yes, to an extent.
When you say to an extent, is there anybody else besides Jesus Bushong who oversees your activities with respect to processing religious exemptions?
I primarily consulted with City Attorney's Office and Department of Human Resources EEO Division.
Is there, well, let me ask this. Who exactly in the City Attorney's Office did you consult with respect to processing religious exemptions?
I'm not sure if I can disclose that.
Okay, so sorry, Lucy, you can disclose a name, just not any of the conduct or the discussions.
Okay. Cecilia Mandoba and Amy Super.
And are those both attorneys?
Yes.
And you said that there were others from the HR department, specifically EEO. What were the names of the people from that department who worked with you on processing religious exemptions for the department?
Janie White.
Is there anybody else besides Janie White?
That's it.
All right. So I have a total of 3 individuals who worked with you and oversaw or supervised your activities in connection with processing religious exemptions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you involved in Michael Kricken's religious exemption process?
Yes.
And what exactly did you do with respect to processing his particular religious exemption, if anything?
I collected his request. I compiled it together. I did a review of it. I sent it to City Attorney's Office and a DHR EEO so we could discuss it. And then I was the one who sent follow-up questions.
What do you believe were your job duties with respect to processing Mr. Kricken's religious exemption process?
To meet with the appropriate authorities and make a determination.
Okay, making a determination, and by that you mean deciding whether or not he would be religiously exempt from taking the COVID-19 vaccination. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. At the commencement of the Kricken religious exemption process, did you expect to grant or deny his exemption request?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
When you first received Mr. Kricken's request for religious exemption, did you expect to grant or deny it?
There were no expectations at all. We would have to review the documents on a case-by-case basis.
Have you, let me ask it this way. Did anyone ever tell you to grant or deny the exemption for Michael Kricken?
Again, I'm going to object to the extent that this is asking for attorney-client privilege.
To that extent, I will sustain. If there's any individual other than an attorney, you're free to answer the question, and should, Ms. Chu.
No, it was consulted with city attorney's office.
All right. The objection is sustained then.
So if the city attorney's office directed the witness to deny Mr. Kricken's exemption, then you're saying that would be privileged and therefore cannot be disclosed. Is that correct?
Don't be asking me questions, Ms. Gibson. I ruled on your objection. The witness indicated that she consulted with the city attorney's office, and any content of that consultation is privileged.
Well, let's go to exhibit. It's tab 6 in the Kricken binder, and this is Bates number Kricken 000066.
I'm sorry, you said tab 6?
Yes, and exhibit F. It is 000066 is the Bates number.
Our binders did not come, confusingly came with numbered tabs and then exhibits with letters on them. So you've got to give people a chance to get their hands on them.
Sure, we'll wait. Just let me know when you get there.
I'm there. I'm not sure if Miss Chu is yet.
Well, just let me know.
Is it something that looks like this?
Well, if you move your fingers, I can see the Bates number, but yes. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So, do you see the date on this determination? If you look at the very top of the page.
What date are you referring to?
So this document is titled Termination on COVID-19 Vaccination Exemption Request.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm looking at, do you know what the date of this determination on Bates number 00066 was?
I know the date that I issued it, and it was October 21st, 2021.
Okay. So do you know why at the very top of the page there's a date that says Rev 9/23/2021? Is that because it was reviewed on that date?
That says, this is what it actually is supposed to look like. So this form here is what it's supposed to look like. And the top, what you're talking about here says revision, meaning that the city revised this form on September 23rd, 2021. This has nothing to do with our department, the fire department, issuing a determination. That's not the determination date. That is simply the city stating here that they revised this form on September 23rd, 2021.
So as far as you know, who issued the document Bates stamp 000066?
I issued that one. I mean, if you're talking about the actual determination, not the template, I don't know who issued the template.
No, I'm talking about whoever it was who filled out this form. And it says here that if you look at the determination that it was approved. Do you see that?
It's not approved, not on the form that I have.
Okay, so you do have the document in front of you that is Exhibit F to the Kricken file, correct?
Yes, correct. And I think you're mistaking the bold line approved, which is what is bolded on the original form, as saying approved.
Well, did you issue an approval for Mr. Kricken's religious exemption?
I did not.
Are you saying that this was some kind of a mistake?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Are you saying that this document is a mistake, or are you saying?
I'm asking you whether or not the document date stamp 000066 was a mistake.
I don't know why this document is this format, but I know what I issued was a denial.
And how do you know that?
Because I was the one who filled it out.
And so, do you know why Mr. Kricken's religious exemption request was denied?
Yes, it was after discussion with City Attorney's Office and DHREO.
Now, did you receive any special training programs or teaching regarding how to process religious exemptions for the City and County of San Francisco?
The City and County of San Francisco issued the COVID-19 vaccination, medical, and religious exemption request procedure, and that's what city employees were expected to follow.
So my question was whether or not you received any special training, programs, or teachings regarding the processing of religious exemptions.
No.
Okay. Do you have any educational background in religious studies?
No.
Were any documents at all used to train you in order to determine how to decide whether or not a given individual is entitled to a religious exemption?
Yes.
And what were all of the titles of those documents?
There wasn't. They were just examples that were given to me. They weren't official training documents.
So to be clear, you received no official training documents from the City and County of San Francisco, and then you were given the duty to help determine whether or not the employees of the fire department should be granted religious exemptions or not. Is that correct?
No.
How is it incorrect?
Because I talked to the city attorney's office. They provided me with examples. I also, like I said, the city has a policy and procedure.
So are you saying that you had training with the city attorney's office on how to process religious exemptions?
We had an overview.
And is that the extent of your training regarding how to process religious exemptions for the City and County of San Francisco?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have access to any of the documents that may have provided you with guidance in terms of how to process religious exemptions, like the samples that you just described?
I don't know. I can't.
Again, I'm going to object that would be attorney-client privileged and work products.
Sustained.
Do you want the outcome of the religious exemption process to be fair, just, and reasonable?
Yes.
Do your religious beliefs have any impact on assessing the exemption relating to Michael Kricken?
No.
Do you have a sincerely held religious belief?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Did you seek an exemption to taking the COVID-19 vaccination?
Objection relevance calls for personal confidential information.
Sustained.
Prior to becoming involved with the City and County of San Francisco's religious exemption process, did you have any specific training regarding religion of any kind?
No.
So there were no post-high school religious studies of any kind prior to being involved in Michael Kricken's case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think individually you were competent to judge whether or not Mr. Kricken had a sincerely held religious objection to taking the vaccines ordered by the City and County of San Francisco?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because objectively, the city already laid out the groundwork with outlines of what to do, and all we had to do was follow that procedure.
You know if any of the other people that you worked with, and you mentioned 3 of them, in terms of working on these religious exemptions, were competent by education, training, or background to determine whether or not firefighter Kricken had a sincerely held religious belief to taking the vaccinations that were ordered by the city and county of San Francisco?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you make any effort to find out about Mr. Kricken's religious background?
Yes.
And what did you find out in doing that?
I asked him questions. He refused to answer or participate in the process.
And those aren't the questions that were initially posed of him. Those were a secondary round of questions, correct? The ones that you're referencing?
Yes, but also in the initial questions, he refused to answer questions. He refused to answer the initial questions as well.
So what specific question did he refuse to answer?
Number 2, where it says, I have held this belief system or practiced and observed this religion since, enter date or year, he left blank. Number 3, he basically wrote, I do not expect to be cross-examined on my beliefs. Number 5, when asked if he would provide a written statement, affidavit, or other documents from a religious leader or persons describing his belief practices, including information of the belief or practice, he checked the box no.
And then later on, did you receive additional information from Michael Kricken about his religious beliefs?
No, I did not.
Did you receive, if we go to Kricken 000107, I want to ask you if you received this document.
Yes.
Okay, so then you did receive this document at some point that did outline Michael Kricken's religious beliefs, correct?
He sent it together with the initial form.
Okay, so you had information about his religious background, correct?
I have what he provided, not information.
But you did receive the exhibits that were attached to the correspondence dated November 2nd, 2021, bait stamp number Kricken 000107, right, Rue 000140. You received that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I also want to turn to Kricken 00090. And I want to ask if you have ever read this letter before. It is a letter to Carol Eisen dated October 14th, 2021. It is 1 page and bait stamp Kricken 000090.
Yes.
Okay. And when did you first read it?
It was also included as part of his initial submission.
And as far as you've determined, did this letter reflect a good faith religious belief on the part of Michael Kricken?
There wasn't enough information.
And who made that determination?
When I consulted with city attorney's office and city and DHREO.
And as far as you know, is there a single firefighter who at this time has a religious exemption to taking the COVID-19 vaccination?
I'm not sure if I should be answering for other people when we're here to talk about firefighter Kricken.
You can answer the question unless there's a sustained objection.
Lucy, it's just a yes or no answer. We don't have to get into specifics.
Okay. I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Yeah, as far as you know, as you sit here today, is there any firefighter with the San Francisco Fire Department who had a religious exemption that was approved?
No.
And then the last thing I want to do is go to Bates number 000088. And this is a document, it's a 2-page document entitled Employee Certification, and it's a response to question 4. Did you receive this from Michael Kricken?
Yes.
Okay. And did you believe that this was an inadequate showing of religious belief?
Yes, because we had follow-up questions that he refused to answer.
So you reviewed pages 1 and 2, Bates numbers Kricken 000088 through 89. And you decided that it just wasn't enough information for you to say that Michael Kricken had a sincerely held religious belief. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And did anyone tell you that Michael Kricken had demonstrated evidence of a sincerely held religious belief?
We didn't have enough information.
Thank you. That's all I have for this time.
All right, thank you, Ms. Stoughton. Follow up for Ms. Chu.
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Lucy. Lucy, can you turn to the city exhibits, please?
Okay.
And specifically to City Exhibit 2, and it's Bates number 0095.
Yes, I have it.
Okay, do you recognize this document, Lucy?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is the corrected version of the determination that I sent to Firefighter Kricken.
Okay, and what was the determination as to Firefighter Kricken's religious exemption request?
That it was denied because there was insufficient evidence. There was not enough documentation to show a conflict between religious belief and vaccination requirement, that accommodation would pose a direct threat to the health and safety of others, accommodation would prevent employees from performing his essential job function, and that the accommodation would provide an undue hardship for the city.
Okay. And Lucy, can you explain to us how the exemption process worked? Let me ask you this: how many steps were there in the exemption process?
So normally an employee would ask for an exemption. I would send them the paperwork. Depending on what they submitted, I would send them an additional document for the religious declaration from the religious leader, or somebody knowledgeable about their religion. After that, I would take all of that information and consult with city attorney and DHR-EEO, and then there would be a discussion about about the exemption request, and oftentimes afterwards there would be follow-up questions, and then if there were follow-up questions that were answered, we would go back and consult again, and then a determination would be made after that point.
Okay. And did you follow this process with Firefighter Kricken?
Yes.
Okay. Did Firefighter Kricken provide further information?
No.
Okay. Lucy, can you turn to City Exhibit 2 and looking at Bates number 84?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize this email?
Yes.
Okay. And can you describe for us what this is?
This is an email that Firefighter Kricken sent to me in response to my follow-up questions. He basically said he didn't want the city to have any access to his medical information that we have here at work, and that he didn't want us to have, he was revoking his right for us to look at any of his information based on the questions that I sent him.
Okay. Did Firefighter Kricken ever provide answers to these questions?
No.
Lucy, now turning to still in City Exhibit 2 and Bates number 0098.
Yes.
Do you recognize this email?
Yes.
Okay, and again, can you tell us what this is?
It's basically Firefighter Kricken saying that he will not be answering any of the follow-up questions.
Okay. Did Firefighter Kricken ever answer any of the follow-up questions?
No.
Lucy, you were asked questions about turning to the Kricken's exhibits. I think it's find it. It's Bates number 66.
Okay. Yes.
Do you know what this document is?
Number 66?
Yeah.
That should be the end part of my email.
Okay. Was this the form that you testified about earlier at City Exhibit 0095? It's just that same form in a different format?
I think I might be looking at something different because for 0066, it's the end of my email to Firefighter Kricken with my questions.
I'm sorry, we're looking at Kricken 66.
66.
Yeah, sorry. Apologies. I think I have it labeled as Exhibit F. Not sure what tab that is.
I don't think I have it.
You don't have Kricken 00066?
It's the big binder.
Oh, yes, you mean on the other one. Okay, I'm sorry. I was
Sorry. Apologies. I realize now that they both say Kricken on them.
Okay. Yes, it's a different so the one that's provided by Firefighter Kricken's counsel, that one, yes, it's basically the same form but in a different format.
Okay. Was Firefighter Kricken's religious exemption request ever approved?
No.
No further questions.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gibson, do you have any follow-up?
Yeah, just a few questions. Ms. Chu, do you let's see. Did you independently deny Mr. Kricken's religious exemption, on your own without any outside help at all?
No.
So it was you and the other 3 individuals that you provided the names of early in your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know what factors the city attorney relied upon to grant or deny the Kricken exemption?
Objection calls for attorney-client privilege, work product, ask for speculation.
I'm not asking whether or not I can have the factors. I'm just asking if she knows what they are.
Okay, my objection is ask for speculation.
Now I'll overrule the objection. If she knows the factors, she can state she knows them. And if she doesn't, she can say she doesn't. And we don't need to get into the factors.
Can you say the question one more time, please?
Yeah. Do you know what factors the city attorney relied upon to either grant or deny Mr. Kricken's religious exemption request?
I don't know.
You don't know what they are?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you believe that anyone could do your job with respect to processing religious exemptions without any training whatsoever, so long as they have the guidelines from the city and county of San Francisco?
So as long as they consulted with the proper authorities, yeah.
Okay. And you had mentioned a group of secondary questions in the large binder. Those are Bates numbers Kricken 000091 through 92. And that is, it's in an email from you to Michael Kricken. My question there is, you did receive a number of these secondary responses back from various firefighters. Isn't that correct?
Objection, relevance?
Yes, sustained, unless you can make an offer of proof as to its relevance.
Well, Commissioner, it seems to me that if other firefighters, and they don't have to be named, submitted responses to these secondary requests and not a single one obtained an exemption, then that is very relevant.
Well, but again, there's a distinction between finding a sincerely held religious belief and having an accommodation for that belief. And so if that's the question, that's a different issue.
I think Ms. Stoughton's, I don't want to get into an argument. I think Ms. Stoughton's point is well taken. So if you want to rephrase your question along those lines, that would be fine.
So you have received responses to the secondary line of questioning from other firefighters besides Mr. Kricken. Isn't that correct, Ms. Chu?
Yes.
And with respect to the answers you received, even though there were responses, not a single one of those firefighters had their religious exemption approved by the city and county. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That is all.
All right, thank you. Any follow-up, Ms. Stoughton?
Yeah, just one question. Lucy, did you determine for other firefighters who submitted for a religious exemption that they had a sincerely held religious belief?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Chu.
So next, we will call Michael Kricken.
That's fine. I'm just checking the time. Let me just inquire, Madam Court Reporter.
I'm okay to go on. I would probably want to break after this witness.
Okay, excellent. If you're prepared to go, I think we are too. Thank you. So please, if I can ask you to swear Mr. Kricken, please.
Swear.
She's going to administer the oath to you, Mr. Kricken. And I think if you can see her, Ms. Swank, on the thing, the screen.
Yep, here I am. Hi, Mr. Kricken. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kricken.
Good afternoon, Heather.
Will you please state your full name for the record?
Michael James Kricken.
And will you please state your job title?
H2 firefighter for the city of San Francisco.
And how long have you worked for the city and county of San Francisco Fire Department?
17 years.
During the year 2021, were you working for the San Francisco Fire Department?
Yes.
And did you respond to any fires in the summer of 2021?
Yes.
Did you respond to any car explosions?
Yes.
And what about medical calls? Did you respond to medical calls in 2021?
Absolutely. Yes.
Did you ever ask any of the victims that you were responding to whether or not they were vaccinated for COVID-19?
No.
Did you contract COVID-19 in the year 2020?
No, I did not. I contracted it in 2020.
Okay, so you did contract COVID-19 in 2020?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say 2020? I thought you said
Yes.
21. Okay, no, I'm sorry. 2020 is when I contracted it.
Okay. And how do you know that you had contracted COVID-19 in 2020?
Well, I got tested for it after not feeling well, and we were responding to medical calls that on a certain shift, and our whole crew ended up getting COVID at the same time. Had PCR tests taken, and they put me off work for I think September 29 of 20, and I came back to work on October 19 of 20.
So in September of 2020, you had a positive PCR test for COVID-19. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you believe that you were infected with COVID-19 while you were on the job as a firefighter for San Francisco. Is that correct?
Objection
Yes.
leading.
I'm going to sustain it based on its speculative.
So do you know, sitting here today, if you still have the antibodies for COVID-19?
Yes, I got tested in October of 2021, and I've also just recently got tested within the last 2 weeks in this month of March. And they
Go ahead.
And they both came up positive.
Okay. Can you please turn to tab 14 in the Kricken binder and tell me if you recognize Bates numbers Kricken 000206 through 000209.
Tab 14, you said?
Yes. Exhibit N is tab 14.
Yeah, 206?
Yes, it starts with 206.
Yes.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's my lab work.
Okay, and when you say lab work, what does that mean?
That I had the antibodies for COVID.
Okay. And I also want to ask you, have you reviewed Exhibit A, which is the order of the health officer, San Francisco, number C19-07Y, updated, and the last version of which is dated October 13th of 2021?
I looked over and reviewed it. I can't say I've read it 100%. I mean, I can't retain all of it, but I've definitely looked at it and reviewed it.
Well, this is Exhibit A in the Kricken binder. And will you please turn to Kricken 000013 and let me know when you get there?
Okay.
All right. Can you please read section 6A, Roman numeral 3?
Yes. For purposes of this order, personnel who are not permanently stationed or regularly assigned to a high-risk setting, but who in the course of their duties may enter or work in high-risk settings, even on an intermittent or occasional basis, or for short periods of time, are considered to routinely work on-site in high-risk settings. No later than October 13, 2021, businesses and governmental entities with such personnel are required to 1. Ascertain vaccination status of all such personnel, and 2. Ensure that before entering or working in any high-risk settings, all such personnel are fully vaccinated with any vaccine authorized to prevent COVID-19 by the FDA, including by way of emergency use authorization or by the World Health Organization, unless exempt under subsection D below. Additionally, no later than September 29, 2021, all such personnel must have received their first dose of a 1-dose COVID-19 vaccine regimen, or their second dose of a two-dose COVID vaccine regimen authorized to prevent COVID-19 by the FDA, including by way of an emergency use authorization or by the World Health Organization. And as defined in subsection A7 below, until such personnel are fully vaccinated, they are subject to at least the minimum public health and safety requirements in subsection A4 below and
Thank you. Now, is there any reason why you would not be able to comply with the provision of the health order that you just read?
yes, there's actually several. First of all, God gave me natural immunity already. That's how I was able to beat COVID the first time. Second, it's my God-given right to decide what I put and not put in my body. Third, nobody can comply with this health order because there is no vaccine, and it states here that prevents anyone from getting COVID-19, even by the FDA. Keyword being prevent, and it's in this health order. Everyone is still getting it. Firefighters, citizens, the chief, up and down the line, people were getting it, and I was still seeing it when I was still working before I was unlawfully separated. This vaccine, or actually this experimental EUA injection, does not work, and it's obvious and it's proven. That's all I got to say about it.
When was the last day that you were on active duty with the San Francisco Fire Department before you went on unpaid leave?
The last day, I think it was October 4th, 2021.
And as far as you know, after October 15th of 2021, was 100% of the firefighter crew on active duty, were they vaccinated?
Yes, as far as I know, they're 100% vaccinated, but yet they were still spreading it by the hundreds. And to my understanding, they were even browning out companies because of outbreaks.
Okay. And did you submit a religious exemption request to the city and county of San Francisco?
Yes, I did.
All right. And I want to look at Exhibit F. I'll give you the Bates number in just a second. This is Kricken 000066. If you could turn to that page, please, and let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, it's a vaccination exemption request.
And is this a document you recognize that you received at some point?
Yes.
And how did you receive it?
Email, and then I printed it out.
Okay. And do you know why it says here that your religious exemption was approved?
Objection lacks foundation. Calls for speculation. We've already had testimony what this document says. He had no part in creating it and can't testify as to why it would say something.
So I've asked if he knows why it says approved.
Well,
I'm going to wait, Mr. Kricken. I'm going to overrule the objection just to that limited question, Ms. Gibson.
Mr. Kricken, do you know why Bates number Kricken 000066 states that your religious exemption was approved?
I don't know why it was approved, but it should be approved. It should be afforded to me. It's my religion. It's what my beliefs are.
Okay. And as far as you know, at some point, your religious exemption request was denied, despite what this document 000066 says. Is that right?
Objection lacks foundation. Calls for speculation. This document doesn't say it was approved, and he didn't testify that it says it was approved.
Yeah, that's sustained.
At some point, Mr. Kricken, you understand that irrespective of what any of these documents say, at some point your religious exemption request was denied. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
No, overruled. You may answer, sir.
Do you know why your religious exemption request was denied?
Yes, the chief of the department has accused me and others like myself of being a direct threat to the health and safety of others.
And do you believe that that's a correct assessment?
Absolutely not. I have the antibodies.
Was there any reason that you were prevented as of 2021 from performing your essential functions as a firefighter?
Other than being unlawfully separated along with the others, no. I could do my job.
Is there any conceivable reason that you can think of that would cause the fire department undue hardship if you were to continue working there?
Objection lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Right. Let's go to page 86. Kricken 86. This is an employee request for religious accommodation, base numbered Kricken 000086 through 87. And it is for an employee named Michael Kricken. Is this a document that you recognize, Mr. Kricken?
Yes.
And is this the religious exemption request that you filed with the city and county of San Francisco?
Yes.
And do you believe that you were discriminated against on the basis of your religious beliefs?
Absolutely.
Why?
There's nobody on this panel, nobody in the department that actually can comply with this health order that everyone keeps pushing over here, because there is no vaccination that prevents, as it says in this health order, prevents. Everybody's still getting COVID, so no one can comply with this health order. But yet, people like me and others like me that did turn in religious exemptions, that did follow the health order, we're the ones getting terminated.
Between the dates of June 1st of 2021 and September 13, 2021, is there any situation that you are aware of where you spread COVID-19 to anyone else while on the job as a firefighter?
No, not to my knowledge.
And during the same range of dates, were you wearing masks and socially distancing from one another?
Yes.
And did that ever lead to any member of the public contracting COVID-19 as far as you know?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And did you working between the dates of June 1st of 2021 and September 13th of 2021 ever lead to any other firefighter that you worked with contracting COVID-19 as far as you know?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Have you ever spoken with someone named Josh Smith about the COVID-19 vaccine?
Can you repeat the name?
Josh Smith.
I don't even know who Josh Smith is. Is he a firefighter? Never met him.
And have you ever spoken with Chief Janine Nicholson about the COVID-19 vaccine?
No.
All right. And have you ever spoken with anyone named Jose Velo about the COVID-19 vaccine?
No.
And what about someone named Jesusa Bouchon? Have you ever had a discussion with her about the COVID-19 vaccine at any time?
Nope, never even met her. Don't even know who it is if she was right in front of me.
And back in 2020, when you got COVID-19 while you were working for the department, did you have to take a test, like a PCR test or an antigen test, in order to come back to the force and start working again?
No, I don't think so. I don't recall taking a test to come back.
So let me just make sure I have this correct. So you caught COVID-19 in 2020, and you were permitted to come back to work for the fire station without having a negative PCR or antigen test for COVID-19. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's all I have for now.
All right. And shall we? Yes, we should. So we keep our court reporter. We're going to take a brief recess. What if we reconvene just to make it easy at 2:30? All right. Thank you, everybody.
How's that? Yeah.
Here's all sweaty.
Yeah, go ahead.
Your mic's on, Mike.
I think we're all on. Are we waiting for anybody?
I think we're all on, and oh, there's our court reporter. Good. All right. Are you ready, ma'am, to go back on the record?
Yep, I'm ready. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome. All right. I believe we are ready for cross-examination of Mr. Kricken, and to that, I will turn to Ms. Stoughton.
I'm sorry, I had one housekeeping item before we get started.
Okay. All right.
Would it be okay if I just asked one question just to get the authentication of the complaint in this matter by Mr. Kricken? I just want to make sure that he authenticates it.
I'm not quite sure which document you're talking about, but I don't have any problem with your authenticating it as long as you identify it and we know what you're talking about. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kricken, if you could turn to pages Kricken 000142, please, and let me know when you get there.
We'll stipulate to authenticity.
Oh,
okay.
Well,
Very
this is already this is already in the record, so we don't have a problem with it.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
You don't need to.
This is the November 3rd, 2021 letter from the chief.
That's correct. It's 2 pages. Yes.
Yeah, no, we'll stipulate to authenticity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. All right, Ms. Stoughton, you ready?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Firefighter Kricken. Can you please turn to your documents that are labeled Kricken 00015? It's the health order. It's tab 1 or A. I'm not exactly sure which one it is.
We're no longer on 142. We're on
15.
Okay. Okay. I'm there.
Okay, and I'll note that this page is part of the provision that you see that starts on Bates number 13. That's entitled Vaccination Requirements for Personnel in High-Risk Settings and Other Healthcare Personnel. Do you see that on page 13?
I'm on page 13. I just want to see which. Okay. Not page 12, but 00013. Is that what you want?
Yes, that's correct. It's a little bit confusing. We're going by the Bates numbers.
Okay. I'm on page 00013. If that's what you want.
It is. And you read, I believe earlier you read into the record subsection 3 here.
Yes.
Okay. So now turning to, still looking at just the Bates numbers, Bates number 00015.
Order of the health officer.
Yep. Still under subsection 6 that we just identified. Looking at section 7 here, that starts with currently.
Okay.
Can you read that for me, please?
Currently, a 2-dose COVID-19 vaccination regimen includes the Pfizer, BioNTech, Comirnaty, or Moderna vaccines, or a COVID-19 vaccine authorized by the World Health Organization. Currently, a 1-dose vaccine regimen is the Johnson & Johnson Janssen COVID-19 vaccine.
Thank you. And it's correct then that you did not receive the 2-dose Pfizer vaccine, correct?
Correct.
And it's true that you did not receive the 2-dose Moderna vaccine, correct?
Correct.
And it's true that you did not receive the 1-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine, correct?
Correct.
And it's true, you testified earlier that you never spoke to Chief Nicholson about the health order, correct?
Correct.
And you never spoke to the city's health officer either, correct?
Who's the city's health officer? Name?
Susan Phillips, Dr. Susan Phillips.
No, never spoke to Susan Phillips.
Okay, no further questions.
All right, any redirect? I'm sorry, Ms. Gibson, if you're speaking, I can't hear you.
Apologies.
Okay, I'm sorry. Any redirect?
Yes, Mr. Kricken, I just wanted to clean up and clarify a few points. You said earlier that you had returned to work as a firefighter after your COVID illness in approximately October of 2020. Is that correct?
I'm just going to object. This goes beyond the scope of cross.
It does. Sustained.
That's fine. No further questions. That's fine.
All right, commissioners, any questions for Firefighter Kricken? Yes, Vice President Nicasio.
Thank you, Madam President. As the case, the commissioners are able to ask the witness some questions. That's just a point of information for you, Ms. Gibson. The city understanding that as well, and I took that prerogative with the chief. I'd like to talk to the firefighter. And you stated, written as well as verbal, all of the justifications and reasonings why you did not take the vaccine. Again, I'm going to paraphrase somewhat, correct me if I'm wrong, that you did not take the vaccine, but you also did not adhere to the orders. My question was, and is, I think you were here participating when I asked the chief the question in terms of the decision of separation, if there were any other option to that. Were you here then, firefighter Christian, to hear that question?
If I may, I'm not sure what exactly the process is, but I would like to interject an objection to that question as lacking foundation, if I may. And also, it just seems like it's a narrative.
Well, I think what Vice President Nicasio is attempting to do is lay the foundation, and I'm going to allow him to do that. So please proceed, Vice President Nicasio.
Thank you, Madam President. And just to reaffirm, I am trying to lay foundation. The question that I asked the chief was there any option in terms of her coming to a decision of separation? Again, it was part of a question that is a part of the record. My question to the member is, the option is that if the member took the vaccine. So my question to you directly, and it may be seem a little ridiculous in some aspects to ask you this question while we're in this process, but would you ever consider taking the vaccine, Firefighter Krishna?
The EUA, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
This EUA experimental injection, no, because it does not prevent COVID, number one. So if you're speaking of this vaccine right now in any of those companies, no, it's proven. You've seen it in your department. You've seen it in your city. This vaccine does not work. They're still spreading it by the hundreds, just in our department alone. So why would I put an experimental shot inside myself that does not work? It's not an opinion. It's a fact. The health order states it's doses of vaccines that prevent COVID. This obviously does not prevent COVID. But if they came out with something later, you know, if that's what you're asking me, I would only consider it after research, looking at the technology and making sure it's safe, that it does work. So until then, right now, if you're speaking of the vaccine right now as we speak, absolutely not. It does not work.
Thank you very much for accommodating my question. Basically, again, I just asked the question for verification because I had the chief and I asked her your question, and I wanted to be contemporary with a question with yourself, knowing full well that the circumstances that were under are these orders. So thank you very much, Firefighter. That is what concludes all my questions, Madam President.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vice President. I have one question for you, Firefighter Kricken, please, which is that you've stated, and I've read through the exhibits in your binder, that you have antibodies to the COVID-19 virus. And I think it's pretty well established, and I'd like to know if you agree or disagree, that those antibodies have a lifespan. They're not forever.
Well, we don't know. I don't know that, and you probably don't know that. We're both not experts in how long it is. I could have it for my life, if all I know. Until you bring an expert in here to prove that it has a lifespan, or I could have it for my life. We don't know that.
Let me ask your opinion then. Let me ask your opinion then. Do you believe that your having antibodies prevents you from spreading the virus? Not just getting it, but spreading it.
I'll object. Hold on just a minute. I'm going to object. This calls for an expert opinion. You can answer.
I'm asking his opinion, and it doesn't need to be an expert opinion. His opinion. Because he goes out and saves lives every day as a firefighter, and I just want his opinion.
Okay. Can I ask if you can just please repeat the question one more time, just to make sure I understand it correctly?
Of course. My question is, you've stated, and there is some, I can't read the medical charts either, as you said you couldn't, but I believe you that you said that your most recent test indicates that you still have active antibodies to the COVID-19 virus. And I'm asking just you, not a scientist, not anybody else, whether you believe that prevents you from spreading the COVID-19 virus.
Okay, I'll say this. I'm not a scientist, but I do believe my antibodies and my immunity are far more superior than any of these experimental EUA injections everybody else is taking. Now, I can't confirm whether, I'm just telling I believe what I have from my heart, and it's proven, is definitely far more superior than what anybody else is taking right now. That's out there.
All right. I don't think I have any further questions. Any other member have a question? Yes, Commissioner Morgan.
Yeah, I just have one simple question for Firefighter Kricken. In the religious exemption request, why didn't you answer the questions in those requests?
Repeat.
Miss Lucy Chu sent you or emailed you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you repeat again one more time? I just want to make sure I'm answering all your questions to the best I can and accurate.
Yeah, I just had one simple question referring to the religious exemptions. You refused to answer the questions. I'm just wondering why. Just a simple answer.
Okay, my relationship with God is mine. It doesn't belong to nobody else, and I don't have to speak of it with nobody else. That's the most plainest I can. The most plainest I can explain that. I don't need to explain my relationship with God with anybody. If I believe in God and what I put in myself or not put in myself, that's up to me. It has nothing to do with religion or anything. It has to do with what I believe in, my relationship with God.
So that's more like a personal opinion, right?
Yeah. Everyone who knows me knows how much I love God. Everyone's been around me. I pray all the time, and it's on my necklace. It's. I don't have to speak. You don't have to question me. You speak to anyone that's ever been around me, work with me. How much I love my God, and I don't feel like I have to explain it to any man. If that's how I feel, that's how I feel.
Thank you, Firefighter Kricken. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Do we have any further witnesses on behalf of the firefighter?
Yes, we do. We call Michael Yeadon. And I'll have to get him on here. So hold on just a second.
Council members, it looks like Michael Yeadon is listed on the attendee list. So it sounds like he's been listening into the proceedings all along. So I don't know if you can just promote him to a panelist.
Yeah, I think there's some technical difficulties as well. But it may be that we can't get a picture, but it seems as though we can get audio.
Well, I'm going to try to transfer him over as a panelist. Okay, he should be over as a panelist now. Does he have camera capabilities?
Ms. Gibson, do we know the answer to that?
I think right now he does not, but we're trying to fix that. Dr. Yeadon,
No, there he is.
Hello
He's
there.
got camera capabilities.
Jolly good.
Oh, good.
Not the
All
best
right,
picture.
welcome. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Okay.
And at this time, I'm going to ask if you kindly would raise your right hand and be sworn by the court reporter.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Yeadon. Thank you for raising your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, so help me God.
Thank you very much.
All right, and I'd ask, sir, if you'd kindly please state your full name and spell it for our record, please.
Yes, my name is Dr. Michael Yeadon. So DR for doctor, then Michael, surname Yeadon.
Thank you.
Madam President, before we begin, I understand that the member has identified Dr. Yeadon as an expert, but we have not heard what he is an expert. He is being put forward as an expert in. So I'd like that clarification before we begin, please.
All right, Ms. Gibson, that's a fair question.
So yes, he is an expert in terms of the vaccines and their current status. And he is also, I believe, the former vice president of Pfizer and the former chief scientific officer. So he would be able to provide opinions with respect to natural immunity versus vaccines. He can also answer any questions about whether or not Mr. Kricken specifically is able to follow the health order based on the language set forth therein.
Maybe I could just speak for 1 minute and then you can decide. No?
Well, give Dr. In get 1 second. Let the lawyers go back and forth. They like to do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, and thank you, Ms. Gibson, for that explanation. If Dr. Yeadon is being put forward as an expert, let's see, I have it here as on vaccines, the current status of vaccines, and whether firefighter Kricken could comply with health order. I'd like an opportunity to voir dire him on that.
I think that's a fair request. You answer me, Ms. Gibson. I mean, that seems to be what you're offering the doctor up as an expert witness on this. And if you are, Mr. Yan should have the opportunity to voir dire him.
I don't think that's a problem. I think he's also probably someone who can do a very good job of responding to the questions that you earlier were asking Mr. Kricken about transmissibility and spread, etc. So
Okay. All right. Well, let me allow Mr. Yan to voir dire the witness, and then we will proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, Dr. Yeadon.
Good afternoon.
Just to introduce myself again, my name is Matt Yan, Deputy City Attorney with the City and County of San Francisco. Thank you for your time today. Dr. Yeadon, I had an opportunity to review your CV, and it appears you have a bachelor's degree from the University of Surrey in biochemistry and toxicology. Is that correct, sir?
First class joint honors, yes.
Okay. Now, you also have a PhD from the University of Surrey, which you received in 1988. Is that correct?
Correct. Respiratory pharmacology.
Yes. Your thesis was not in the area of virology or
I'm sorry, Mr. Yan, I'm sorry. This is the court reporter. I have to interrupt. I'm having a little trouble hearing the witness.
Oh,
I don't know if anyone else is, so I'm just going to ask him to, yes, lean forward into the computer, please.
I'll just do a count 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me okay?
That sounds good. Let me, before you move on, I'm going to turn the volume up on my end so I can hear you better, and that should help. Okay, Mr. Yan, so I don't know if I got a complete answer to your last question, which was, you also have a PhD from the University of, is it Surrey? Yep.
S-U-R-R-E-Y.
Yep, which you received in 1988. Is that correct? I heard correct and then a partial further response.
Yes, I added the word respiratory pharmacology to emphasize that was the introduction to my career in respiratory. Okay, that's the main thing I'm coming to you with.
Okay, so Dr. Yeadon, you have...
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt because now I didn't hear. Was the PhD awarded in 1988 or 98?
Yes. 88.
Thank you very much.
Now, Dr. Yeadon, your thesis was not in the area of virology or infectious disease, was it?
No.
Okay. Now, between 1988 and 2011, you worked in a number of pharmaceutical research labs, including Pfizer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you left Pfizer in 2011. Isn't that right?
Correct.
So you have not worked at Pfizer for more than a decade. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
And so you certainly weren't at Pfizer when the COVID-19 vaccine was developed. Is that correct?
I'm delighted to say I wasn't.
Okay, and you had no role in Pfizer's application to the United States Food and Drug Administration related to its COVID-19 vaccine.
Absolutely not. No, I've been a complete independent for the last, 11 years.
Okay. And in 2011, you left Pfizer to become CEO of a dermatology biotech company. Isn't that right?
Not exactly, but yes, the following year I did become CEO of a dermatology company, yes, biotech company.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, Dr. Yeadon, you do not have a medical degree. Is that right?
No.
You've never practiced medicine. Isn't that right?
Of course not. I'm a research scientist. I've spent 32 years in the biopharmaceutical industry developing new medicines in the field of immunology, infectious diseases, and inflammation in the context of lung.
Thank you, Dr. Yeadon. And you certainly don't consider yourself an epidemiologist, right?
Could you define that for me, please?
Well, isn't it true that in an October 21st, 2020 article that you published on the website lockdownskeptics.org, you wrote, quote, "I am not an epidemiologist."
That's true.
Okay. Now, just to flesh out the rest of your qualifications, you've been invited by Firefighter Kricken's attorney to offer an interpretation of the city's health order. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. You don't have any education or training in the field of public policy. Isn't that right?
Public policy. Okay, I can read. I'm just interpreting the order, sir.
Okay, so other than your command of the English language, you don't have any education or training in the field of public policy. Is that right?
I don't understand the question really, but of course, no, I don't have to do that. I don't understand the point of the question, but no, I'm clearly not trained in public policy.
Sure. You don't have any degrees or training in the field of public health, do you?
No.
Okay, you've never worked in government at any level in the United States, have you?
No, clearly you have my CV in front of me. I have training in 3 degrees, and then I have applied research leading international R&D teams in the fields I described.
Thank you, Dr.
I can assure you that's given me plenty of knowledge to understand the basics of what you're asking, Mr. Kricken. Okay?
You were not involved in the drafting of the city's health order, were you?
No.
You've never met Dr. Susan Phillip, the city's health officer, have you?
No.
Ever spoken with her about the health order, have you?
No.
You've never been trained as a firefighter, have you?
No. We can carry on all day, couldn't we? Why don't we just stay with the training I've got, everything else I've not got?
Well,
you don't have any background.
Doctor, I'm just going to tell you, Mr. Yan is entitled to ask you these questions, so just be patient and answer them.
No, it's not on the CV, okay?
You don't have any background
on the CV.
Okay, so just to be clear, because we have not all memorized your CV, you don't have any background or experience in running a fire department. Is that right?
I'll say no to that, sir.
Thank you. And finally, you're not an attorney. Is that right?
I haven't trained in the law now.
Okay. That completes my voir dire. Madam President, the department renews its objection to Dr. Yeadon's testimony. It does not appear that Dr. Yeadon has any qualifications on any issues that are relevant to this commission. Dr. Yeadon is not. I apologize, Dr. Yeadon. It's hard for me to. Dr. Yeadon, it's hard for me to think over your laughing.
Yes, I'm so sorry about that.
Madam President, Dr. Yeadon doesn't have any. He does not have any training in public policy or public health or the law, so his interpretation of the health order is simply that as a layperson. Dr. Yeadon has no background in immunology or epidemiology, so he's not qualified to testify as an expert on the vaccines or the virus.
That's simply not true.
Dr. Yeadon, I'm going to tell you, don't interrupt, please. If there's an objection that's made, I have to make a decision about it before you answer.
Okay.
And I realize this is a different world for you, but...
Well, it was simply factually incorrect, and he was doing a sum up, which was not right.
Okay, but I understand. I'm taking very good notes, and every word that we're saying is being reported by a court reporter, so that can be determined at a subsequent time.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to keep you in your lane, Dr. Yeadon here, and I will allow you to testify, but in your lane, if you know that expression.
I do understand what you're saying, as long as okay, I understand what you're saying. I think you understand why I objected, but I shall try and be patient with this process.
Thank you. Thank you. We're very patient with the medical process, so and the scientific process. So thank you for being patient with the legal process.
Okay, and I apologize as well, Mr. Yan.
No problem.
All right. Okay. And Ms. Gibson, your witness.
Thank you. I'll call you Dr. Yeadon. Can you please provide a short statement of your educational background?
Yes, certainly.
No, I'm going to object because we just heard it. Unless there's some specific question you want to ask him, we've been at this for hours. I'd like to save time, and we did get some of his background. If there's anything you want to add, you can add it. But other than that, I think we've got the gist.
If I may, then I won't refer to any qualifications, but I will say. I am the most senior former Big Pharma executive publicly commenting on COVID in the entire world. You might want to hear what I think. I've spent 32 years since postdoctoral research, all of it in commercial research and development, heading with the goal of new medicines. I've led international
Objection, Madam President.
The objection is sustained. This is a narrative. Ms. Gibson, you need to work with your witness here.
So, Dr. Eden, have you done any specific research as it relates to COVID-19 over the course of the past 2 years?
Yes, I have. Yes, I've spent 100% of my time engaged in literature research and conversations with scores of international experts. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I have your CV, and the Bates numbers that we used on your CV are Kricken 000239 through Kricken 000242. And I would just like you to confirm that this is your CV. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And where are you employed currently?
I'm an independent consultant to the biopharma industry. So I work for my own company called Yeadon Consulting Limited.
Thank you. And do you have any specific knowledge regarding the 3 COVID-19 vaccines, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, and Pfizer?
Yes, I have a good understanding of the entire regulatory submissions because I've read most of them, and I have a good understanding of what that means in terms of what's called the non-clinical profile, which would be my area of specialty, and also the clinical profile, which any of us, if we wish to, can view publicly.
Okay. Now, do you know how each of the COVID-19 vaccines are currently designated by the Food and Drug Administration?
Yes.
How?
The ones that are commercially available, that's the Pfizer, the Moderna, and the Johnson & Johnson, are all subject to emergency use authorizations. There is a version, I think it's called Comirnaty, something like that, of I think it's the Pfizer product. It's not commercially available anywhere in the world, so no one has been injected with it, but that one has FDA approval.
Okay, so to be clear, are you saying that the only COVID-19 vaccines that are available to us in the United States right now are under an emergency use authorization designation?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as you know, has the product that you just described, Comirnaty, ever been available to the public in the United States at any time?
No.
All right. So am I correct in saying that my client, Michael Kricken, would not be able to take any FDA-approved vaccination for COVID-19 because it just isn't available to him?
That's correct.
Right. Now, have you reviewed a document identified as the Order of the Health Officer number C19-07?
Yes, I won't have remembered the number, but yes, I have. I looked at some stuff as recently as last night.
Okay. And what I wanted to do is, if you're able to, is to look at Bates number Kricken 00004, which is item K, defining the term fully vaccinated or full vaccination. Are you able to get that in front of you?
Probably not, but I wrote down the note that fully vaccinated was a person at least 2 weeks since completing the full course of vaccinations, whatever they were, with a vaccine authorized to prevent COVID-19 by the FDA, etc. So those were the notes I wrote last night.
Okay. And as far as you know, is there any COVID-19 vaccination available in the United States that is authorized to prevent COVID-19?
There is.
By the FDA?
No.
Hold on just a minute. By the FDA or the WHO or any other entity as far as you know?
Yeah, so okay. So just to answer that, it's not yes or no. One, I was surprised to see the phrase with the vaccine authorized to prevent COVID because there are no products, no vaccines anywhere that prevent COVID-19 anywhere in the world. Second thing is you referred to the FDA. That's correct. That's the body duly authorized to decide what to do with applications. The WHO has no staff authority or mandate to authorize or approve any vaccine.
Okay. And so are you saying that it would be impossible for a person to follow this order, this directive?
Objection.
Yes, because there is no vaccine available.
Excuse me, doctor. I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right. Let me ask it a different way. Dr. Eden, is it possible for any person to follow the health order in terms of complying with the definition of fully vaccinated?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion, goes outside the witness's area of expertise.
That is sustained. You can rephrase your question, Ms. Gibson.
Is it possible for any person to find a vaccine that prevents COVID-19, Dr. Eden?
No.
Okay. And why not?
Because the designs so far evaluated in the clinic that have reached the public, either in the US or anywhere else, simply don't do that, which is a surprise to all of us, but they clearly don't. They don't prevent infection or transmission, and that is not a matter of controversy anymore by CDC or politicians and many scientists.
And are you familiar with the term natural immunity?
Yes.
And in general, what does this term mean in connection with COVID-19?
Objection, relevance. Natural immunity isn't mentioned anywhere in the health order, and therefore this witness's testimony as to natural immunity is irrelevant.
I'm going to overrule the objection and allow the witness to answer the question.
Yes, so natural immunity is the state of the natural immunity is the state of a human immune system after they have encountered a viral infection and recovered from it. And after that, they are now generally regarded to have robust, complete, and durable immunity. And that is true in this case.
And as far as you know, is natural immunity any less or more effective in reducing the effects of COVID-19 infection than a vaccine?
Well, conceptually is one question, but in practice, if we're comparing the observed natural immunity in people who've been infected and recovered, the immunity is superior in that it does prevent people becoming clinically unwell if they're infected a second time, and it does prevent them transmitting the virus to anybody else. And that's not true of any of the vaccines.
So, as far as you know, is natural immunity more or less protective than vaccination in terms of reducing the spread of COVID-19?
It's more effective. It protects both the person that has the natural immunity, and importantly, it protects everyone else around them. I would say someone with natural immunity is the safest person to have around you.
And have you had any opportunity to review Michael Kricken's COVID-19 antibodies lab tests?
Yes, I have.
And what, if anything, have you determined based on his test results?
Oh, it's a pretty simple test. They measured two types of antibody in the blood, IgM and IgG, and the result was positive.
Okay. Based on Mr. Kricken's lab result, is he more or less likely to become reinfected with COVID-19 than a vaccinated person?
I would say he's far less likely, and certainly a study in Israel suggested it was 27 times less likely that someone with natural immunity would become infected as compared with someone who'd been given one of these vaccines.
And is Mr. Kricken more or less likely to spread COVID-19 than a vaccinated person?
It's much less. Just to recap what I said before, someone with natural immunity can't become clinically unwell again, and it's only people with symptoms that are good, bad sources of infection, shall we say. So someone has to be clinically infected in order to be able to infect someone else, and that cannot happen after they've acquired natural immunity. Again, that's been studied, and there's no meaningful frequency of reinfection in people who have natural immunity.
Okay, and in terms of the spread and effects of COVID-19, are the vaccinated any less likely to contract COVID-19 than the unvaccinated?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, in terms of the spread and effects of COVID-19, are the vaccinated any less likely to contract COVID-19 than the unvaccinated?
Surprisingly, no, they are not. One would hope that the vaccination would reduce the frequency with which they become infected, but empirical data suggests, I think to our mounting horror, that it doesn't reduce the frequency of becoming infected at all.
And as far as you know, can the vaccinated spread COVID-19 to the unvaccinated?
They certainly can, again, to our horror. And that suggests that the virus replicates in their airway in just the same way as in an unvaccinated, non-naturally immune person.
In your opinion, as you sit here today, do you believe that Michael Kricken presents a threat to public health because he is not vaccinated for COVID-19?
No.
And why is that?
He has natural immunity, and we're sure from published clinical experiments, peer-reviewed journal articles, that someone who has got antibodies can only have had them through infection, and once they're infected and recovered, they have durable, complete natural immunity with the characteristics I've already described. They can't catch the virus and become clinically unwell, and they can't infect other colleagues. They are a safer colleague to have around than someone who's been vaccinated only.
And in terms of the durability of that immunity, once somebody has had COVID-19, do you know approximately how long it lasts?
So far, we don't. So far, we only know it lasts as long as it's been measured, which has been, I think we're now extending towards the 2-year mark. So people who were infected early in the spring of 2020, when samples have been taken from them, they're still immune. We can tell by analogy with the closest virus that exists to this, and this the so-called SARS virus of 2003, people were studied in 2020, 17 years after that infection, and their immunity was still strongly in place. So I anticipate, as with other respiratory viruses, that this will last years, possibly lifetime.
And as far as you know, is there any difference between symptomatic and non-symptomatic spread of COVID-19?
Yes, it's the people who have a positive PCR test for the virus. That is, there is at least something potentially, that is the virus. They have a positive PCR test. If they have no symptoms, it's epidemiologically irrelevant. That is, the chance that they will infect another person is so slight as to approximate 0. Whereas someone with symptoms has maybe about a 1 in 4 chance of infecting a family member at home. So that gives you a sort of comparison, symptomatic versus not.
So based on what you've said, would it be possible for a non-vaccinated and non-symptomatic person to spread COVID-19 to someone else?
I believe it's not, no. So no, if you haven't symptoms, and we've known this for decades, if you have no symptoms, you're not a respiratory health threat to anybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yeadon. I will now pass off to the opposing side.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson.
Please.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Yeadon, I'd like to start by going over some of the beliefs that you have espoused with regard to COVID-19 and the vaccines. Now, you have stated that this pandemic is, in your words, quote, a tragedy of exaggerated threats and inappropriate responses coupled with poor reasoning. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you've also claimed that the public is, quote, confused, fearful, and unable to apply the most rudimentary reasoning to any aspect of this crisis. Isn't that right?
Yes.
I just want to interject my objection as to the relevance of this line of questioning.
And that's overruled.
And Dr. Yeadon, in fact, you believe that the public, including the people of San Francisco, are currently suffering from some sort of, in your words, mass psychosis, similar to what happened during the Salem witch trials. Isn't that right?
I'll object hold on, let me just interject. I'm going to object is vague and ambiguous and unintelligible. You can respond if the judge so rules.
All right, overruled. Please respond, doctor.
So they're not my words. They come from Professor Matthias Desmet, who's a behavioral psychologist, and others.
Well, I'm going to turn everyone's attention to the members' documents, and this is the document date stamp Kricken 146. In which
give us one sec, Mr. Yam, 1 sec.
Sure. and specifically pointing everyone's attention to paragraph 12.
So the witness does not have a copy of this date stamped document in front of him.
Okay,
But,
that's fine. This is for the benefit of everyone else in the room. What I'm referring to, Dr. Yeadon, is a declaration that you signed under penalty of perjury that was included by Ms. Gibson as part of Firefighter Kricken's documents. This is a document that you signed, and so these are your words. I'm going to read your words to you and ask you if you remember these being your words. You wrote in paragraph 12, bait stamped Kricken 000146, quote, the public are confused, fearful, and unable to apply the most rudimentary reasoning to any aspect of the crisis. This is consistent with the formation of a mass psychosis, for which there are numerous precedents, such as the Salem witch trials. Your words, correct, sir?
Yes, that's absolutely right.
Okay, thank you.
I wanted just to be clear where I got it
And that's
from.
fine.
Wait, sir, you've got to wait till for the next question.
Okay, I just want to explain where I got the words from.
Yeah, you'll have an opportunity, but let Mr. Yan finish his cross-examination.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yeadon. Now, earlier, when I was during your voir dire, I mentioned a blog post that you authored in August 2020 on the website lockdownskeptics.org. In that blog post, you described the pandemic as, quote, palpable nonsense. Isn't that right?
If you say so, I can't remember everything I've written in 2 years.
Okay. You also
really is that a public? Was that just literally a when you say a blog post? Are you referring to an answer I gave to someone else, or? I can't remember over 2 years.
Sure, and I'm referring to an article once again. Do you recall publishing an article or a blog post on the website lockdownskeptics.org?
I certainly have published several. Yes.
Okay. Now, is it true that in August 2020, in that article, you wrote that the pandemic has, quote, all but disappeared?
Yes, and I still believe that's the case.
Okay. And it's also true that in August 2020, in that article, you wrote, quote, we will not see another large national scale outbreak of COVID-19 in the United Kingdom. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true, and we didn't.
Isn't it true that according to UK government statistics, since you made that prediction in August 2020, another 120,000 people have died of COVID-19 in the United Kingdom?
No,
you disagree with those government statistics?
Yes, I certainly do. I think the PCR test is unreliable, and that means the assignment of cause of death is equally unreliable. I'm not the only person who thinks. that.
I understand, Dr. Yeadon. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I'd like to turn our attention.
I'm sorry. I'm just going to interrupt because I didn't quite hear if the doctor would repeat. You believe what is unreliable?
The PCR test.
You believe is unreliable?
Yes, okay. I do. Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Now, Dr. Yeadon, I'd now like to turn everyone's attention to the health order. And I'm going to begin. Now, I understand that you don't have a copy of the health order in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true. I'm trying to find it, but I haven't yet done so.
Okay. Well, I'm going to, I will read the portions of the health order out to you.
Okay.
And what I'm going to ask, I'm not going to ask you to interpret the health order, but I'd like to ask whether you agree with the statements in the health order. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So beginning, and I'm going to turn everyone's attention to page 1 of the health order. This is the document that's been date stamped Kricken 000002. Okay. And on the second full paragraph of this page, I'll give everyone a minute to get there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Yeadon, on the second full paragraph of this page, Dr. Susan Phil, the city's health officer, writes, quote, the best way to address the current surge and future surges is for everyone who is eligible to get fully vaccinated as soon as possible. You disagree with that statement, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So now I'm going to turn everyone's attention to page 6 of the health order. This is the page that's been date stamped Kricken 000007. And I'm turning everyone's attention to the paragraph to paragraph 2, subparagraph A with the title purpose. And I'm looking at the third full sentence that begins with the word vaccination. And in that sentence, Dr. Phillip writes, quote, vaccination is the most effective method to prevent transmission and ultimately COVID-19 hospitalizations and deaths. You disagree with that statement, correct?
It's factually not true.
So you disagree with it, correct?
It's factually not true. Peer-reviewed journal articles show that vaccination does not do what you've described.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as a yes, that you consider that statement to be incorrect.
Yes.
Okay. Now, next, I'm going to turn the commission's attention to page 12 of the order. This is the document. This is a page that's in date stamped Kricken 000013, and specifically looking at paragraph 6, subparagraph A, subparagraph Roman numeral 3. Oh, I'm sorry, subparagraph Roman numeral 1. And in that paragraph, the health officer writes that based on the findings that I've just read to you, quote, all personnel who routinely work on site must have received their first dose of a 1-dose COVID-19 vaccine regimen or their second dose of a 2-dose COVID-19 vaccine regimen authorized to prevent COVID-19 by the FDA, including by way of an emergency use authorization. You disagree with the prudence of that order, is that correct?
It's the phrase specifically, so the phrase authorized to prevent COVID-19. It's not in dispute, honestly, that these vaccines do not prevent COVID-19. No one claims they do.
Okay. So in response to that specific point, I'm going to turn everyone's attention back to a paragraph that Ms. Gibson previously discussed. This is page 3 of the health order, date stamp Kricken 000004, looking at paragraph K, the definition of fully vaccinated. And in that definition, the health officer, Dr. Phillip, writes, defines the term fully vaccinated to include, or states that an individual is, quote, fully vaccinated if, quote, 2 weeks after receiving a second dose of the Pfizer-BioNTech Comirnaty or Moderna COVID-19 vaccine, or 2 weeks after receiving the single-dose Johnson & Johnson Janssen COVID-19 vaccine. Do you disagree with that definition of fully vaccinated?
You have to.
Hold on. I'm going to interject. Okay. Hold on. I need to object. That was not the full definition. If you're going to read definition, you can't skip parts. We need to read the full definition.
That's fine. Everyone has it in front of them. I was trying to save time, but I can read the full definition.
Dr. Eden does not have it in front of him, so he needs to.
No, he does.
I will be able
he just read from. I know he does. Don't you, Dr. Eden, have it in front of? Yeah.
I will, if you would repeat it, Mr. Tan, I think I will get it. I did lose the thread a little bit at the end.
Sure. My last name is Yan, but that's fine.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
No problem. The health order define, and I'm gonna, for the benefit of Ms. Gibson, I'm gonna read the full definition in context. It states, quote, fully vaccinated and full vaccination mean 2 weeks after completing the entire recommended series of vaccination, usually 1 or 2 doses, with a vaccine authorized to prevent COVID-19 by the FDA, including by way of an emergency use authorization or by the World Health Organization. For example, as of the date of issuance of this order, an individual would be fully vaccinated at least 2 weeks after receiving a second dose of the Pfizer-BioNTech Comirnaty or Moderna COVID-19 vaccine, or 2 weeks after receiving the single-dose Johnson & Johnson Janssen COVID-19 vaccine. It then includes a link to the FDA website. So that is the definition offered by Dr. Phillip for full vaccination. Do you disagree with that definition?
I have a problem with it because part of it requires the person to do something that is impossible because there isn't anything that can prevent COVID-19. I just point to the published data, so I don't really know. I probably answered the question wrongly, but that's the statement. I did read the statement. I'm just struggling because it can't be followed.
So, Dr. Uden, let me ask the question a little differently. So, in this paragraph, Dr. Phillip defines a vaccine, or states that an employee must receive, quote, a vaccine authorized to prevent COVID-19 by the FDA, and offers the example of the Pfizer vaccine, the Moderna vaccine, and the Johnson & Johnson vaccine as vaccines that would satisfy that requirement. Can I state,
I'm going to object as misstates the evidence.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gibson, I didn't quite, it just blurred there.
My objection was his interpretation misstates the document and the text in the document or the evidence.
No, that's overruled, and the doctor has it in front of him. So, as he told us before, he can read. So, take your time, doctor, and read it and answer the question, please.
I disagree with it on the grounds that and I've said it twice. So I apologise if I've not been clear. I disagree with the statement that is. A person has defined vaccinated or vaccinated, fully vaccinated, and the way that Mr. Yan just described, I disagree with it because it requires the member of staff to receive a vaccine authorized to prevent COVID-19, and I simply observe that there is no such material. That's my only problem. Otherwise, it's good.
Okay, so just to be perfectly clear, you disagree with the health officer listing these 3 vaccines as examples of vaccines that are authorized by the FDA to prevent COVID-19 under an emergency use authorization. Is that correct?
I have read the basis. I've read the summary basis of authorization from the FDA, and they don't state that. They claim to reduce symptomatology if you're infected. They do not claim to prevent it, and that's really important.
Okay. No further questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gibson?
Yes, I have a few questions on redirect.
Please.
Dr. Yiden, earlier on, Mr. Yan was asking you about the PCR test, and you were explaining that it was unreliable for some reason. Why is that?
The PCR test, the Nobel Prize winning inventor of the test, Dr. Carrie Mullis, stated that it's simply not a suitable technique for making clinical diagnoses, which is what it's being used for. So that's the fundamental basis. I could say more, but that's at the heart of it.
And to be clear, is it your position that the use of the PCR test in diagnosing COVID-19 has led to an overstatement of the amount of deaths that are associated with it?
I'm absolutely certain that that is the case. And if I could just amplify it for a moment, because sometimes people don't believe me. As an experienced laboratory scientist supervising people using tests like this, there was a famous case in the eastern US in, I think, 2007, where there was an apparent outbreak of whooping cough, which concerned people over children in the hospital and staff. Several hundred people were thought to have whooping cough, as determined by a PCR test. When they asked, let's just see if we can culture the bacterium, because it's a bacterium, not a virus, precisely 0 children and 0 staff had it. 100% of the positive PCR results in that case were false. So I'm not saying it's 100% in this case, but it's certainly possible that with a bad PCR test, and I know a great deal about the origins of this, it's certainly possible to get almost all of the positives as false. They're really they respond to something else in the sample, and often people remember. You may not know this, but there are several scores of viruses that can infect human airways and produce rather similar symptoms. So often people will have symptoms, they get tested, PCR is positive, they're told they've got COVID-19. And I'm saying I just don't believe that's the case. This test is far too, as it were, loose. It's not very specific. And it's very clear, and I've given you an example of where the test can mislead and produce 100% false positives. I think it's probably in the high 90s%, and so I think one would need to reduce by 10 to 30-fold the number of people who are claimed to have been ill with COVID-19, and similarly the number of deaths or causes of deaths attributed to the virus. I think it's a much less serious virus, and that's really, Mr. Yan, what I meant by people being confused. It's easy to understand why they would be. They're being lied.
Objection. The witness has lapsed into a narrative.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's the basis of why I wrote what I wrote, and I'm a very experienced. I'm the most senior scientist who can say it. So you can ignore it if you like. I know you will. But.
Thank you.
So,
Ms. Gibson.
So, Mr. Yan, when he was asking you questions, also was asking about a declaration that you signed. We have it as part of our exhibits here. But paragraph 12 there, he mentioned, where you explained that the COVID-19 crisis is mostly a tragedy of exaggerated threats and inappropriate responses coupled with poor reasoning, and went on from there. In what context was it that this declaration came up?
God, I am not. I can't absolutely remember because I've been asked to provide various opinions. So I think it was a submission, a legal submission that was being made. I don't know, 6-9 months ago. I think. If that sounds wrong, please ask me questions that might allow me to correct my wrong information.
And where did that statement come from? In other words, why did you give that statement?
I was working with either the America's Frontline Doctors or Truth for Health Foundation. I support both of them occasionally with scientific advice, and they were making various legal filings. I don't know the details of the legal filings.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Eden.
No further questions from me, Madam President. Thank you, Dr.
All right, Dr. Eden, thank you.
Thank you
Take
very
care.
much.
Just make sure, wait 1 second, sir, I'm sorry. Do our commissioners have any questions? I'm seeing no hands, so you are excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much for patience with my answers.
No, appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye-bye then. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Tell me where we are, Ms. Gibson, so I can determine when we might take a little break here.
I think we can take a break. We had 3 witnesses. Those were our witnesses. And so from now, I think we can move on.
Will we move on to closing argument, Ms. Stoughton and Ms. Gibson?
Well, I'd like to get my exhibits submitted into evidence first, and then move on.
I mean, we can, if you want to do that now, we can do that. I just sense that people are running out of gas a little bit, but let's take care of the exhibits and then we'll move on to closing.
Okay, thank you. I would like to move exhibits A, C, F, G.
Okay, just know that we have numbered. Our tabs are numbered. So it makes it.
I can, if you want, if we're on a break, I can go through and get the numbers for you. I wrote them down as letters, but I'm happy to do that over the break.
No, I understand, and I don't want to deny you and Ms. Stoughton or Mr. Yan a break, but it would be helpful if you guys could agree on what comes in, and then we'll just deal with what might be in dispute and then move on to closing. But I do want to give you the break. There are certain things that need to be tended to in everybody's life. So I don't want to deprive you of that. How does that sound? How long do you think you will need?
So I might be able to make this easier. The city doesn't object to any of these exhibits coming in except for what I have marked as Exhibit L, which is...
that wasn't one of the ones that we're moving into admission.
Okay, then I don't think the city has any objections to anything else coming into evidence.
Okay, then why don't, if you would, Ms. Gibson, just recite for us the exhibits that you wish to have admitted. I'm going to note that they'll be admitted over with no objection, and then we can take a break and move on to closing argument. But I can't. I've just got to depend on you because, as I said, my binder is marked with numbers, and so I just am going by the bait stamps. So as long as you all are clear, and agree, that's fine. And if there's anything to be determined, we can do that.
So it's A, C, F, G, I, K, J, Q, and N.
All right. Are you with her, Miss Stoughton? Or are you flipping?
I lost her at K. Can you repeat them from, I heard up until K.
I can't repeat them, but I bet Miss Gibson could.
Sure.
After K.
Okay, I had A, C, F, G, K, I, J, Q, N, and I think L was Dr. Yeaton's declaration. Is that correct?
I could only
That is correct.
this off the base number, the Bates numbers. That's how I could follow along.
Yeah, I mean, if the city and county of San Francisco objects, Mike Yeaton just testified that was his declaration. We would like to move it into evidence.
The city would have objected. It's all hearsay. If they wanted to get this into evidence, they could have asked him all these questions on direct.
I mean,
and there's relevance issues as well.
I'm gonna sustain that objection.
No. Okay.
And the record is a little unclear as to what letter exhibit that is, Ms. Gibson.
I know that's part of our problem that I need you guys to work out. As I said, these exhibits came with the numbers, not letters, or at least my binder did. And so I had to go by the Bates stamps, and I didn't, I just hustled through. So you two seem, and I mean you two meaning Miss Gibson and Miss Gibson, you're moving all around now. Sorry, I don't mean to point. Miss Gibson and Miss Stoughton and Mr. Yan, maybe you have a binder that has letters in it. I have numbers, so I need you to figure out what you agree comes in. If there's a disagreement, we can return and we'll deal with it by those pages that are Bates stamped so that the exhibit and the record is clear. It's the only way I can figure out how to do it.
I can suggest something as a way for us to resolve this while we're on a break. If Ms. Gibson can write the numbers, the exhibit numbers into the chat so that I can confirm that, double check that we're okay with that, and then we can come back on the record and read them again.
I think that makes good sense. What do you think, Ms. Gibson?
I mean, I think that's fine. If there's no objections and we're agreed that L isn't coming in, it just seems like we should just put everything in. But I'm happy to do that. It'll just take me a few minutes.
Okay, it's only if you guys can't reach an agreement on it. I'm having trouble following along based on the way my binder is set up, other than by Bates numbers. So I think if you could meet and confer and agree, and then if there's something that's an issue, we'll go by Bates numbers and I can rule on it. So I think we should take a break at this point, and I think this will take you a few minutes. How is our court reporter?
Thanks for asking. I'm just fine, but I'm ready for a break if it sounds like we need one right now.
Okay, that seems perfectly fair. We're going to reconvene at 3:50. Oh, sorry. At should we say 4:00, because closing argument's short.
It works for the city.
Hopefully WebEx doesn't run out of gas.
WebEx always runs out of gas, and now that it went up in price, they really run out of gas. But I mean, what's our limitation, Madam Secretary?
Well, it was put in for, I think, 6 hours. So I'll go back on my office computer and see if I can extend it past 4.
I mean, we can. I'm just trying to be thoughtful of those who are litigating the case. To me, it doesn't make much difference. And do we want to say how long do you think it'll take?
So from the city's perspective, I don't need time. It's whatever time the court reporter needs. But we can be prepared to do
court reporter. How much time would you like?
If we're just going to push through with closing arguments, I'm fine to keep going. I just the record will need some clarification with the exhibits. That's all.
All right. Shall we take 10 minutes? Is that good? Okay. Everybody's nodding yes. 10 minutes. I'll see you back here at 3:51.
Well, I don't have numbers is the problem, so that's why we were going to do it by letters.
All right, let me try to figure this out. I'm not very good with WebEx here, but all right, so isn't this working?
Counsel, while we do this, can we be off the record?
Sure.
Okay, so we're off the record.
Did that work? Yeah.
The city has no objections to these exhibits coming in.
Excellent. Do you want to just, let's go back on the record, please. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter, for your patience and tolerance here. If we can just put into the record the exhibits that council has agreed will be admitted.
So I'll give both the letters and the numbers just to
That
make
would
it
be
easy.
helpful. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So it is A, C, F, G, K, I, J, N, and Q. And the numbers are 1, 3, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 14, and 17.
All right. And both council agree upon admitting those exhibits, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Correct.
Very good. And let me just ask the court reporter, Madam Court Reporter, are you clear on those exhibit identifications?
I personally haven't received any exhibits, so I don't have clear descriptions of each exhibit, but
Okay, I'll provide the evidence log I've kept.
that would be fine. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. I want to make sure we have a clear record. Okay, are we ready to go and proceed to closing argument?
The city is.
Okay, and Ms. Gibson? You ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay. As I know both council know, we're closing argument. It's limited to 5 minutes per side. The city will go first because it bears the burden of proof. And then the members' council will go, and then the city, if it has remaining time for any kind of rebuttal, again, because it bears the burden of proof, will use whatever time, if should whoever is going to argue for the city choose to, can use that time. So, who's going to argue for the city? Ms.
It's going to
Stoughton?
be me.
All
Yes.
right. Ms. Stoughton, you're up.
Thank you, Madam President. In the purpose section of the health order, the San Francisco health officer made the following determinations. She said, the public health threat of serious illness or death from COVID-19 is generally decreasing in the county, the Bay Area, and the state due to the vaccines. But COVID-19 continues to pose a risk, especially to individuals who are not fully vaccinated, and certain safety measures continue to be necessary to protect against COVID-19 cases and deaths. Vaccination is the most effective method to prevent transmission and ultimately COVID-19 hospitalizations and death. She also said in the summary section, quote, the best way to address the current surge and future surges is for everyone who is eligible to get fully vaccinated as soon as possible. That basic premise, as outlined in the health order, is not subject to dispute in these proceedings. The health officer made those determinations under her authority as a San Francisco health officer to protect the public health of all employees and citizens of the city and county of San Francisco. Firefighter Kricken's and Dr. Yeadon's contrary opinions are irrelevant. The health order's definition of fully vaccinated is not up for debate here either. It is clear that the health order and the health officer believes that any of the listed vaccines, the COVID vaccines, Pfizer, Moderna, or the Johnson & Johnson, are sufficient to render an employee fully vaccinated. Firefighter Kricken's focus on the word prevent to try to argue that no such vaccine exists is a red herring and should be disregarded as such. The health officer also recognized that there were certain high-risk settings where public health needs require that all persons entering be fully vaccinated. The health order permitted exemptions based on a sincerely held religious belief or a disability, but specified that accommodation may not be possible even for those employees who could establish that there was a sincerely held religious belief. In this case, the department determined, based on the limited information that Firefighter Kricken submitted and his refusal to answer any follow-up questions, that it did not have sufficient information to establish that he had a sincerely held religious belief. The chief testified that a firefighter, like Firefighter Kricken, could enter a high-risk setting at any time in the normal course of their work. It is impossible for a firefighter to perform the essential functions of their position if they are not permitted to enter a high-risk setting. The chief also testified that relying on the health order and the factors laid out specifically in the health order for employees entering high-risk settings, she determined that the department could not accommodate even those individuals who had a sincerely held belief because of the increased risks an unvaccinated employee posed to the public that they serve, as well as other city employees. It is undisputed that Firefighter Kricken had notice of his obligation to comply with the vaccination requirement. It is undisputed that Firefighter Kricken knew that he would be subject to a non-disciplinary separation if he failed to comply with the health order's vaccination requirement. Firefighter Kricken made the decision not to get vaccinated. Therefore, he can no longer perform the essential functions of his position and must be separated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stoughton. Write down my time here. Ms. Gibson, I'm turning to you.
Thank you. I have a question. Where is Susan Phillips, the public health officer who wrote the order in question? It wouldn't have been difficult to have her explain exactly what she meant. It is undisputed in this case that Michael Kricken followed San Francisco's public health order. It is also undisputed that his compliance with that order is the reason that he is now subject to non-disciplinary separation. The words in the public health order are important. Given that the fire department is a paramilitary organization, the consequences could be disastrous if any firefighter could pick and choose which orders or which portions of the orders that they were going to follow and which they would not. The department's position is that it doesn't matter what the order actually says. A firefighter just must do what is implied or encouraged by management. The problem here is that the words in the health order require Mr. Kricken to be fully vaccinated with a vaccine authorized to prevent COVID-19 by the FDA, including by way of emergency health use authorization or by the World Health Organization, unless exempt. And I would suggest that everybody read it. It is on date stamp pages 13 through 14 of the health order at section 6A3 and also on page 3 of the definitions. The problem here is that the uncontested and unopposed proof that we have submitted to you today shows that there is no COVID-19 vaccine authorized by any entity that prevents COVID-19. Why didn't the doctor, Susan Phillips, who is an employee of San Francisco and who signed off on the health order, show up to defend what's in the text she wrote? Is it because she knows the department's position cannot be justified? There was an event here today that further defines this matter and tells us why firefighter Kricken should be returned to work. Ms. Stoughton, the lawyer for the department, read, and the department agreed to a definition of fully vaccinated that was not accurate. Why? Both the lawyer and the chief knew that what the definition of fully vaccinated is. Apparently, they thought that either we might overlook the misstatement of the definition, or they hoped to bury the truth in a lot of irrelevant references to other parts of the file, or maybe they just don't care. Another important point here is the fact that the verified complaint in this action, signed by Chief Janine Nicholson, states, and I quote, "Firefighter Kricken's failure to comply with the vaccination requirement endangers the health and safety of the city's workforce and the public we serve." The chief also, in Exhibit K, states that this line of reasoning supports her recommendation for non-disciplinary separation from Firefighter Kricken's permanent civil service position. Yet Janine Nicholson has no sufficient background in public health to make this blanket assertion. And in fact, that statement has been shown to be demonstrably false. The bottom line here is that Firefighter Kricken is now faced with something incredibly significant: the potential that he might lose the job that he has loved for the past 17 years. The potential that he may lose his ability to provide for his family. It should not be taken lightly or treated as though it is a decision that be shoved aside into the darkness or deliberated about behind closed doors. But I'm not here to appeal to your emotions or help you decide whether you can sleep in good conscience. I'm here to tell you that as a matter of undisputed fact and evidence, nobody, including Mr. Kricken, can comply with the health order at issue in this case. Finally, Firefighter Kricken, as you saw, has natural immunity to COVID-19. He is not a threat to the public, to his coworkers, or to anyone else, and therefore needs no exemption or accommodation. All of this discussion about putting a burden on others if he were to keep his current position amounts to a desperate attempt to deflect attention away from what really matters. Mr. Kricken followed the health order. He applied for an exemption, and apparently a group of attorneys and random HR people with no religious training at all decided that he shouldn't be allowed to have a religious exemption. Yet he was still harassed with inappropriate, non-work-related questions about his children and family and their medications, all while Janine Nicholson was apparently aware that not a single accommodation would be made for any firefighter at all. That calls into question some of the motives for how Mr. Kricken was treated during this process. As we sit or sit here today, There is an obvious but very significant difference between Mr. Kricken and Janine Nicholson in terms of compliance with the health order. Mr. Kricken could not comply with the vaccine requirements. Janine Nicholson did not comply because she willingly sought out an unauthorized treatment plan. If you decide to ignore the undisputed facts and the burden of proof requirement that the department clearly did not meet, and so terminate Mr. Kricken's position, it won't be for a violation of the health order, or because he allegedly represents some amount of risk to anyone else or himself. It will be most likely because he followed the unambiguous meaning of the health order and filed a religious exemption as set forth therein, which may have embarrassed, angered, or frustrated department management.
5 minutes is up. Sorry.
Embarrassment, anger, or frustration are not reasons to end a man's career. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson. Ms. Stoughton, please.
The city has nothing further.
All right. So are we now ready to conclude at least the hearing part of this? And commissioners, we have the decision to make regarding our deliberations. Is there a motion one way or the other to go into closed session for deliberations?
I would just like to put an objection on the record to any deliberation in closed session under the Brown Act.
You may do so. These are deliberations, though. So that objection is overruled. Commissioners, any motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to have a closed session, put the deliberations in closed session.
All right, thank you. That's the motion made by Commissioner Morgan and Vice President Nakajo.
I vote to go into closed session for deliberation.
All right.
I'll do a roll call vote. And President Feinstein, how do you vote?
I vote to deliberate in closed session.
The motion is unanimous with the quorum we have, and it is now 4:08.
Thank you.
I can put anybody that wants to come back I can bring them back and I'll put them into practice mode.
Yep. Maureen, if you can do that for me, please.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, participants. Change role. Do I have everybody? Got Mr. Yan, the court reporter, Miss Gibson, Mr. Kricken, Miss Stoughton. Am I missing anybody? Okay, we are back in open session. I'm sure yep. We are back in open session. The time is 4:36. Report on any action taken in closed session as specified in California Government Code Section 54957(1)(a)(5) and San Francisco Administrative Code, Section 67.12B4.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. On behalf of the Commission, I will disclose that by a unanimous vote of the Commissioners present, the Commission voted to find that the Department proved by preponderance of the evidence that the member failed to comply with the City's health order and the Chief's general order, and to uphold the Chief's recommendation of a non-disciplinary separation in this matter. The Commission will issue a letter tomorrow memorializing this decision. The separation will be effective tomorrow, close of business. Once the record in this matter is prepared, the Commission will issue findings of fact that support this decision. Additionally, the letter that will be issued tomorrow will specify that the member has a right to administrative appeal of this decision, and it will lay out the procedures going forward for how the member can exercise that right. Thank you.
Okay. Item D2, vote to elect whether to disclose any or all discussions held in closed session as specified in San Francisco Administrative Code, Section 67.12A.
There a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to keep the deliberations in closed session.
All right.
To not disclose?
Findings, yeah.
And I'm willing to second that motion.
And Vice President Nakajo, how do you vote?
I vote aye, not to disclose.
The motion is unanimous. Item 3, adjournment.
I move that we adjourn.
Yeah, I second that.
And Vice President Nakajo, how do you vote?
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned at 4:38. Thank you.
Thank you.